Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. It's been 18 days, apparently, actually, since our last live stream, but I hope you're all very well indeed. Back from here, in fact, Rhodes. Flew back from Rhodes a couple of days ago after a little 2-week holiday. Very, very nice indeed, and we're back into it today before I go back to work tomorrow, in fact. And on Sunday, before I get my puppy as well. Getting another German Shepherd puppy, so very much looking forward to that. Exciting times ahead for us. Welcome to Peter, David as well. Good afternoon, Pancha. Welcome, matey, with the Meta for Rhodes in the live chat there as well for you guys. Dust2, good afternoon, Ian. Good evening to you, and Scott to you too. Welcome, commentator. Good afternoon, mate. Zato, good to see you living on a player. Hope you're all well. We've filled up Rhodes pretty much as well. A lot of remote stands in use. Carlito, Ashley, good afternoon, mate. And this MXI design scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator I thought was actually pretty good until I was actually looking around Rhodes myself as we arrived and departed. I had a good look around, and kind of this section here is pretty lacking, to be honest. And the junction over there where we started, actually, in fact, while we're on the topic of that, there's a Sixt rent-a-car thing there. That doesn't exist. That's like a little flying school with a load of rusty caravans and no aeroplanes, which is a bit odd. There's a big rent-a-car section, Rhodes cars there, and I think it's a bit weird that they've not put that in, if that makes sense, because that's actually quite a key feature, and you can see it from the aircraft. And in fact, a lot of people stand right there along that fence line to do some plane spotting. It's a really popular area. Had quite a few people stood there on the arrival and on the departure, in fact, as we drove past in the taxi out towards the runway there, runway 24. Chris Packett, welcome, mate. Good to see you. Welcome back, he says. Good to see you back on. Afternoon, everybody. And Ian says, welcome back, Luke. Howdy, everybody, as well. It was a really nice holiday, Peter. Thank you for asking. Definitely needed to get away. We've obviously, as a lot of you know, losing our dog back in May. We've gone through a couple of months of bad times, I suppose you could put it. I've been relentlessly busy as well with work and all that sort of stuff, and I was kind of hitting my peak where I just needed a bit of a break from a lot of stuff and, you know, reset, all that kind of thing. And then I came back and there was a brown envelope yesterday, came through the post. Turns out I completely forgot to get my motorbike MOT'd because I was so busy before I went away. All of it just slipped my mind. Whoops. I've also just realised that that should be a fire station. So that's missing. Bit weird. So, not as good as I thought it would have been. The terminal looks pretty good, and it literally looks as bleak as this in real life as well, for what it's worth. Pretty miserable. And before, if I just trigger GSX, request boarding. Got a light load on GSX today, unfortunately. Whereas, for me, the flight was a full one. Or is it the FSDG one? Ooh, that's a good question, actually. You know what, let me check. I'll load up add-on linker. Hopefully the music's not too loud, by the way, folks. I can't remember what it was set to before, but yesterday, the last couple of days, I've been tweaking some videos that will be going live on the 8th of October, because I'm not allowed to release the video any time earlier than that. So it's going to be about 1 AM UK time when that video does go live, and then it will make a bit more sense there. But it involves WinWing. LGRP. Find. No. Rhodes. Yeah, FSDG Rhodes. I thought I had the MXI one installed for some reason. Which one's better? Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's the FSDG Rhodes airport scenery, this then, actually. Rather interesting. Now, this is an issue with the profile, right? And this actually made me laugh. Quite substantially laugh as well, actually. We were parked at 2A on the arrival, and also on the departure, because BA tends to get some pretty good gates. What I couldn't quite believe is there is actually a zebra crossing there in real life that leads up to that kind of fenced area. And this section here is the arrivals lounge. You go into the arrivals hall there, so that's not accurate either. In fact, there's a load of tents over the top of this bit here, and it's like a spaghetti thing into some doors, and you go into the border via that door right there. So that doesn't actually, that's not accurate whatsoever. But the bus turns up, you know, the passenger bus turns up, parks in front of the aeroplane here, you get onto it, and then we literally, and I'm not even joking, everyone on the bus was like, really? We drove round the back of the plane, like this, down the head of the stand for 1B, round to the front, I'm not even joking, this is actually what happened, stopped here, literally by the nose of the jet, and then walked into the arrivals lounge there, and we were all just like, what is going on? Why can we not use the zebra crossing? And actually, sure enough, on the departure, there we are, queuing on this little bit here, waiting to board the aeroplane. The bus turns up. The bus turns up out the front here. We all get in, and we drive to here. And that is it. What is the point? We thought, how does that make any sense? I'd rather walk. It's just crazy. Right, let me reset the drone camera there so we can get the right optics for the rotation on the camera there. We're in the flybywire A32NX today, and the TTNR livery here from Selçuk. I think it's called Selçuk something on flightsim.to. Really nice livery creator. This is actually the jet and the registration that I used on Saturday to fly home, which is why I've downloaded it for today. So hopefully you like the extra little bit of realism. We're using the call sign that we used as well on the way home, Speedbird 25 Bravo. So we were full on the way out and the way back in real life. As you can see at the top here, maybe it's obscured by the old overlay. There you go. 85 passengers on New Sky today because we're tracking it with our virtual airline Osprey Airways. And I've missed a lot over the last 2 weeks. I've missed this kind of quote exclusive preview thing for a lot of invited content creators to go to, I think, somewhere in America to sort all of that out and have a little look at Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I wasn't invited to that, but even if I was on holiday, so I haven't really looked at any of the content for that. I've just read some bits on Threshold and all that sort of thing. Brian, welcome, mate. Yes, going to beautiful Lindos. Yourself in a few days.
Road traffic, radio check.
Very exciting. The weather was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And we got the WinWing FCU connected today. There you go, twiddling the knobs. Wink, wink. Just twiddling the knobs. So we'll be using the WinWing FCU today to control speed, heading, altitude, obviously. Ali, hello. Have I ever tried the Anybuilds A320neo V2? I have. No, I don't think it's that amazing. I think it's pretty awful, to be personally honest. Wesley, get it evening, mate. 43 months, my goodness. So heading out of runway 24 today. And we'll bring the charts up for you folks as well so you can see the brief. And this is the same departure we did the other day as well. We're going to be doing the Vanis 2 Alpha departure, runway 24, visual climb required to 300 feet. And it's climb on Paritsos radial 260, intercept Rhodes 274 to Vanis. And then we join the Airways. Visual departure, daytime only. Pilot may be requested to accept a visual departure. When accepting, expect to turn right as soon as practicable. Maintain VMC and own terrain separation until Vanis. We actually didn't do that. We flew runway heading for what felt like forever. Turns out we flew runway heading for 10 miles. So we'll be mimicking that today. And following the departure there, the Vanis 2 Alpha takeoff and SID out of Rhodes today. And we flew into 9 left at Heathrow, but I think at the moment Heathrow's on 27s, so we'll have a little look nearer the time as we get towards arrival of what we'll be doing. And let's see, so init A, init B, there's our call sign. Zero fuel weight's 52.4 and centre of gravity is 31.9 for the zero fuel weight there, block 12 effectively. And for the performance page, we've got 2 conflicting pieces of data. So there's the takeoff performance from the flybywire A32NX EFB, Have a little look at that. You can see the difference there. And interestingly, you will notice it doesn't actually give us that much. It's just telling us there V1 150 rotate 150, V2 150 flex 70. But if we look at Simbrief's performance information, it gives us this: V1 135 rotate 135, V2 136, and again flaps 1, but a flex of 67. And with our centre of gravity today, for our loads, we're going to be using trimmable horizontal stabiliser, setting it down 0.2. You can kind of match it all up accordingly there. So that's all done. We've done the departures. The performance page looks pretty snazzy, and we're pretty much ready to go. In fact, 1228 transponder set 2000. That's all good. Let's lock the door. And the APU is running like it was for me when I boarded the jet the other day in real life as well. So we've got nav, belts, signs, all that snazziness. We'll pop constraints on, and we need to tune the VORs there as well. So we'll just activate those. Wink. Yeah, actually, yeah. I should use SimSmart, yeah, because that's more accurate, yeah. What have we got here? Adam says, went to Rhodes in July, loved every second of it, stayed in Rhodes town by the sea. Lovely, that's just off over the coast in the distance over there, in fact. So you probably had some good views of jets flying in, to be fair, as well. Lindasmar for Brian, that's where he's going. Beautiful looking resort, that. Gaming Bubble says, do you think the Phoenix A320 series and the PMDG 737, 777s, etc. will transfer to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 straight away? And I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think from what I've understood reading a few bits in our lounge, club lounge, got a members section of our Discord server over the last week or so, is go on then, close the door, is that there's going to be like a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 sort of flight mode. So aircraft like this might be what is going on? Aircraft like this might be able to actually then close. There we go. They will then be able to run in the new sim, but on the current MSFS 2020 flight model, if that makes sense. But we'll obviously know more when it does finally release. And I'd imagine companies like PMDG, Phoenix Simulations, they're going to patch their really awesome products fairly quickly. I'd like to think they've got access to the sim at the moment, the new sim, so they'll be working at kind of creating patches and getting things working. So hopefully, touch wood, we're not going to be waiting too long for that. Ali's asking why I don't think the A320neo version 2 from IndyBuilds is any good. I just think it's very basic. It's clearly just a default aircraft with a couple of upgrades. It's just not impressive, and I flew it once not long after it first came out, and it was so bad I just decided never to do it again. I quite like the A32NX from flybywire, to be honest. It's an epic bit of freeware. So there's the nose wheel. What time are we meant to be off blocks here? 12:05. No, 11:45. Oh, we're bang on. Lovely job. Tail left or tail right? Oh, crikey. Tail left, I think. We'll find out in a minute. Neil, welcome, mate. Let's do quick bit of comms. Rhodes traffic, Speedbird 25 Bravo, stand 2 Bravo, and push start facing east. Beacon. Just realised that was still on. There's no such thing as external power in Rhodes from what I've noticed. Right, ignition mode start, and we're going to go engine 2.
Rhodes traffic, Osprey 83 Kilo, once the DHL aircraft behind passes from left to right, pushing back facing east.
DHL aircraft? Oh. It's Royal Air Force Poseidon 737. Same thing, I suppose, carrying cargo. Right, we'll monitor the Leap 1A start. It takes a right old age. It takes about a minute, I think, for each engine on the Leaps to start up, from what I understand. Rab, there was actually a couple of jets. There's like a citation jet and stuff at the remote stands right here. There were 2 private jets while we were pushing back. I don't think we're going to face the right way, are we? Ah, chuffing neck. How was that tail left? That's tail left from the pilot's point of view, isn't it? Ah, GSX. God damn it. Right, we're going to have to face the wrong way, then do a 180. Engine 2's on. New GSX feature you can change once pushback starts. I think it's a bit too late now. I've turned though by the looks of it. Engine 1 start. And yeah, GSX has been updated actually. One of the things is support for the Phoenix Simulation A321 now for the cabin stuff. So you can now get passengers in the back of the A321, which is very nice indeed. Park brake step. So we've got 6,000, QNH 1015, we're going to depart runway heading to Venice, and then we're going to head up north, up the sea. God, I feel like I need the dome lights and everything on. Very dark in this flight deck today with the contrast outside. It was interesting, right? We stayed in this place called Maya Exclusive, and it was an adults only place in Rhodes. It was absolutely spectacular. So much so that it actually beat my holiday last year to Mauritius. Okay, engines 1 and 2 are good. Pop ignition mode norm. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps 1, rudder set 0. That's good, and we'll do a quick bit of trimmy woo woos. There we go, official name for it. That's set. Right, left. And rudders. Whack it left. Back to new. Oh, hello. Good old nonsense. It went to neutral then, but you might have noticed the actual rudder went all the way to the right. So again, I'm just gonna do another check of that. Good old issue that seems to be recurring for my Thrustmaster T-Flight rudder pedals. Master switch off, that's good, that's set. Everything else looks groovy. Rudder brake max. Hopefully, Neil, you're not going to be waiting too long, matey. There's quite a few people still waiting for the WinWing FCU. I'm going to go right first. Rhodes traffic, Speedbird 25 Bravos. Going to do 180 on the apron and taxi Alpha, hold 0.24. And Brian as well. Yeah, a lot of people. A 777 flew to Rhodes from Manchester 2 days ago. Brian says, wow, was it cargo?
Do you mind taxi, please?
Taser, welcome. Says, been a while since he's seen a flybywire A32NX video. It's brilliant for being free. It is, and it's one of those things now that quite a little while on with development. It's I feel like it's being forgotten by a lot of content creators, and part of that might be because there is so many good options now available in the sim that a lot of people are flying the Phoenix A319, 2021, the PMDG 737 series, the PMDG 777. There's so much now to kind of enjoy. You know, the MD-11 from TFDI, the Unibuilds A300 that's been updated recently. There's a lot going on with the sim kind of aircraft option selection at the moment. So I think that may be part and parcel of it, but I think it's one of those things that we should be supporting. I mean, not least the fact it looks fantastic, and I know some people go, "Ah, the glare shield's not right." I can brush past that, to be fair. Oh, we're in a queue. I can ignore that. I know some people can't. Each to their own. We all have a slightly different sim experience, don't we? Like the folks that like Captain Sim products. They've got a very different experience, and that's, I suppose, fine. We shouldn't necessarily be as critical of it as them. Maybe I am, but... yeah, hopefully, you guys won't need to wait too much longer for the WinWing FCUs. From what I understand, you'll need the FCU in order to be able to use the EFIS. So you're not going to be able to use the EFIS on its own unless you've got the FCU, because it's part and parcel of an expansion of the FCU, from what I understand. They have, haven't they, Willie? But I mean, I personally would like to see more content across the board with the A32NX, because you know, it's still getting a couple of little trickles of updates every now and again. They're not massive updates, to be fair, but I think if a lot of, certainly, you know, I'm quite a small channel by comparison these days, let's face it. I don't put Real Pilot on anything because I'm not Real Pilot, so I'm not anywhere near as big as some of the other folks out there, and I think if they embrace the flybywire A32NX a bit more, then it would create a buzz between the developers that are in the flybywire project. I think maybe we might start to see a couple of bits here and there trickle in, maybe some extra updates with the A380, I don't know. What I have found though, flying this, I had a little test flight the other day, just did some circuit bashing around Heathrow and all that sort of thing, just to give it a go. And I did find that a flap 3 approach in this thing is almost unmanageably slippery. So you like Willie Canuck says there in the chat, elements of the flybywire A32NX still do need tweaking. Calispera, Ian, welcome. Right, brakes off.
Rhodes, traffic Osprey 83 Kilo, departing runway 24 via...
God, I'm burning loads of fuel here. Take a moment, Snow Blue.
Sorry, Osprey 83
That's
Kilo,
all set, that's
departing 24
good.
by the Vanna to upper departure.
That's Speedbird now, waiting on him. What I didn't realise actually was British Airways were flying to I think Rhodes 2 or 3 times a week from London Heathrow, but I think they're pretty much flying daily from Gatwick. And in fact, while I was here, while we were parked there, the Heathrow service parked there because it's a mainline British Airways service, but now there'd be a Euroflyer service which is designed to compete with the low-cost folks like EasyJet. They were all parked down here with EasyJet and Ryanair and Jet2 and all that sort of thing. So while I was here, there was actually 2 Gatwick flights. One arrived just as we were arriving. There was also one that was departing as we were taxiing in. It was pushing back and all that kind of stuff. There was a big A321 from Euroflyer there as well. So quite a lot of options available for flights in and out of Rhodes, to be fair. And the taxi out was pretty quick as well. Ironically, Ryanair actually had closer parking stands than EasyJet here at Rhodes, which is bizarre. Off goes Zato in his, I think he's in the Tlis A321neo in X-plane. Honestly, the carnage with boarding with Jet2 and Ryanair made me glad that I was flying with British Airways. And I just looked at it and I thought, I will never ever fly Ryanair ever. I just looked at the queue and I just thought, what on earth? I just can't do it. I can't do it. And I mean, Willie Canuck there saying EasyJet isn't what it used to be. It was interesting. I was chatting to the taxi drivers on the way that was taking us to the hotel and back, and they both had the same opinion that
Rhodes traffic, Osprey
last year
Kilo
it was all in the
Airborne,
news for us.
2200
There was a
direct
whole load of
Final call.
wildfires that a lot of you might be familiar with that affected Rhodes quite significantly, caused chaotic evacuations of some hotels, and actually got right to the edge of the hotel I stayed at, and there was still remnants of the wildfires that burnt kind of trees and things on the edges of it as we got a bit closer towards our resort that we were staying in. So it showed the actual damage that was that had affected the island. But the taxi driver said nearly all of the hotels, except for the one that I was staying in and maybe one or two others across the island, most of the hotels had tanked their prices to just get people in and get them full. And he said from last year the taxi driver said there was a noticeable kind of stiff upper lip type of clientele and tourist that was flying to the island. He goes, but by comparison this year in Rhodes, he said it's almost like the old school Falaraki type that the island has desperately been trying to get away from because they just hate that. He goes, and the taxi drivers were saying that there's this huge change of passenger dynamic and passenger type flying into the island this year, because a lot of the prices of some of the resorts like Mitsis as well, for example, have just been tanked so low that it's changed the dynamic of the island this year in comparison to the last year. Aussie Sim Geek, welcome. Good evening to you, matey. Yeah, so I thought it's worth, Willie, the taxi drivers, because I had a really good conversation. It was an hour's transfer to and from the airport to our resort where we were staying, and had a good old chat with them about the wildfires. And it was quite interesting learning about how it affected the island and the things that have gone on since to try and repair elements of it and protect homes and things. But the general consensus was that the media had massively overblown the seriousness of the wildfires. I said they were serious anyway, but they'd hugely overinflated the amount that it was affecting things. So they were saying what a lot of airlines did, like British Airways and a few others, because the risk level was so high and they weren't sure, we had to he said that they basically just wiped out an entire month of the summer season. They just cancelled flights for like an entire month to Rhodes, which effectively then tanked the tourist industry completely. It just completely tanked it for the entire year.
And
yeah, so some airlines like EasyJet were still flying people in and out of the island. A lot of them were. A lot of other airlines weren't, and it massively affected everybody's life on the island. Which in the winter, by all accounts, apparently is just full of military. And by the through the summer, like a lot of the staff in our resort, about half of our staff in our resort who were just immeasurably fantastic. A lot of them lived in Athens, and then came out to Rhodes for the summer season, but in the winter flew home to Athens instead. Spitfire F100, good afternoon. Brian said, did I have to pay the tourist tax at the hotel? My god, the most expensive tourist tax I've ever paid anywhere. 140 euros for 2 weeks. And I had to pay it as I checked in at the hotel. So instantly, I was a bit like, Jesus, I've already just blown over 100 quid. Nicholas, because everybody's doing the Phoenix Simulation A320 series to death, including me. Before I went on holiday, I think I did an entire week or 2 weeks, in fact, maybe, of Phoenix Sim A320 stuff. And again, like we said at the start, the flybywire A32NX doesn't get anywhere near enough love from content creators across the board, and it needs to be a lot better. We need to celebrate this a bit more. Certainly now, as we start to transition into a new simulator for a lot of people, we need to keep the love alive for the flybywire A32NX to hope everything gets across nice and easy and pretty swish and quick across to the new sim, perhaps. Arjan, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing.
Road traffic to 891, taking off runway 24, 82 Alpha departure, road traffic.
No worries, Willie. Enjoy. Development version, Rinterpie. Always the development version. Right, where's the chrono? Click. So we're on a similar routing going to the same place, so we're going to have to do 2-minute separation for him. So I've started the clock now as he rolls. We've got nobody inbound to Rhodes for a little while now, except for 2 aircraft that are flying in. They're currently over Icaria, so they're a little way away still. A good old train already looking pretty long. .42. Pop all the lights on. The Rhodes traffic, Speedbird 25 Bravo is Vira Alpha lining up, runway 24. That's all good, that's all set. Lining up on idle.
Road traffic, Speedbird 891, passing 1,000 passengers of road traffic.
Look at that, 1:49 on the chrono. Tell I'm out of practice with this. Taxiing and things. Right, jolly good. Let's get rid of that now. 2 minutes. Roads traffic, Speedbird 25 Bravo's taken off runway 24, Vanis 2 Alpha departure, Rhodes. Brakes.
Road traffic, Speedbird
Spoiler
891,
up.
passing 3,000 feet, final call road traffic.
Flex, SRS, runway. Different detent positioning to my Phoenix A320 setup, so I went straight to that and it was actually slightly too much, which pulled them problems back to flex. Over 80 knots.
Lining up runway 24, 2-minute separation, road traffic.
You are rotates V2. 3 degrees a second, nice and gentle, all the way back to the horizontal line. Flight director, positive rate, gear up. Now interestingly, it wants us to go right already, but we need to fly runway heading for about 10 miles. So we're going to set that up. Autopilot 1 engaged, through 1,000 feet. Leave a climb. that's quite a change in D10 there. Twitch Gavi says, is flybywire's A32NX almost a study level aircraft because a real world pilot who flies it for American wants to teach me in the sim, but I'm not trying to spend $50 on the Phoenix. Well, if you want ultimate realism, then get the Phoenix Simulations A320, or even better the A321, A319, depending on what your preference is, but obviously you need the A320 to get the 19 and 21. So do bear that in mind. Accelerating out. Continuing runway heading. And with these absolutely spectacular views.
Road traffic, approaching 172 on runway 24. Road traffic. Road traffic, that's good to 05, line up, line traffic to this.
6,000, let's keep it going. Cruiser 360 today, so what we're going to do is set that straight away. We're in open climb as our current mode. And we're going to climb through 6,000, so what have we got here? Let's just expand the range ring. There's Vannes, so now I'm going to go to 270 through transition, standard, wink wink. And then, yeah, standard pressure on the standby instrument there, 270, 275 will do actually, 276 that'll do, direct Vannes inserts, and then we're nav, manage mode. Should plop those off now, we don't really need them. Seatbelt signs can get released because it's nice and smooth out. We'll increase that range ring as well. So that's pretty much the exact departure that we did on the way out of Rhodes the other day. We flew runway heading for a little bit longer, which is actually the Vannes to Lima departure. I just realised. It's a Vannes to Lima. Yeah, should be what we had programmed there. We're airborne in November Romeo, and I was sat pretty much there where it says A for Airways. There were my two little windows there, or maybe that one there, those two there. They were my windows. Imagine me looking out the window now, watching the world go by. Lovely. And we actually stayed. Let's have a look. So Lindos is over there in that kind of notch. We stayed basically right there, roughly in the middle on that coastline. That's the kind of general area that we stayed at for the Maya exclusive resort. It was absolutely spectacular. Yeah, I'm using the WinWing FCU today. And you will need the FCU in order to use the WinWing EFIS, because they kind of connect into each other from what I've gathered, like a SATA cable. And I will be doing a video of the WinWing EFIS. Well, I have actually already done a video of the WinWing EFIS, but I'm not allowed to show it until the 8th of October. So with that in mind, we obviously can't really use it at the moment. Oh, here's a fun fact as well, actually. This tiny little island over here, Symi, that is the closest Greek area to Turkey, which is that little edge of land there. That's all Turkey over there. And all of this bit here, all of this is Turkey. That is the island of Symi, and that is only literally almost a stone's throw from Turkey's mainland. And Rhodes in the winter predominantly has it's just basically a load of military on there because they have got the issue with the Turkish trying to take a lot of the Dodecanese islands and all that kind of thing. This ongoing dispute that's been going on for many years. So a lot of the Greek islands through winter are pretty much just full of military who are all guarding Greek islands and territory from the Turkish in case at some point the Turkish decide to just storm Rhodes and take over and all that kind of stuff, which is a genuine threat apparently still to this day, which is odd because they're both NATO countries. Oh, Brian, spectacular. Really cool. Right, let's have a little look at our routing for today. So, we're going to go to this new world map. Very nice. So the departure we've just done was actually the Vanis 2 Lima, which took us out towards Mandrico, or in kind of here, Calavada, that kind of cross-section area, and then we've headed up towards Vanis before heading out over all of these little islands. And as we get towards Astipalea, we're going to be heading up. We've got here world map, VFR. We're going to be heading up the Aegean Sea all the way through towards kind of Thessaloniki, routing sort of slightly to the north of that, and then we're going to be skirting Bulgarian airspace over sort of Serbia and Austrian airspace, routing over Germany, over Belgium as well before heading up. We'll have Amsterdam up on the right hand side, and then routing in via Logan for the Logan 2 hotel arrival into London Heathrow. And if the runways do change later on, they're currently on 27 right. We've got 27 left set because we'll be arriving after the runway switch. Provided the weather doesn't change significantly, doesn't look like it will, we'll be using 27 left for the arrivals. We should get some good views over London in the sim as well. Standard light signs, yeah, just double checking that because I tend to forget a lot of stuff when I've not been in the sim for a little while. Oh, I've missed a lot of things, no doubt. So my seat was literally this. That was my actual view, and I paid for that seat so I could get a view. I always talk about that being my favourite view in the sim. It's also one of my favourite views in real life. So I try and get those seats if I can. Yes, Brian. It's pretty much one of the only places they'll go. Oddly enough, the Russians are flying into and out of Dubai and Antalya and Istanbul a lot to access the rest of the world. And that's how they're kind of bypassing a lot of restrictions. It's also how a lot of them are getting around various sanctions and things as well. Oh, absolutely, Zata, yeah, 100%. We had some really lovely views on the way out from Heathrow to Rhodes. We flew over the Alps, we crossed kind of just past Innsbruck and all the rest of it. Absolutely beautiful. In fact, over the on the way home, our routing was slightly different to what we're using today. We actually routed over Bulgaria and to the north of Austria, and with that we actually brushed over Rotterdam, I think, on the way home. Roughly, I'll just see if I can get right radar. Let me just get the actual route because it'll be on there, won't it? 25 Bravo. Let me just get it up for you. There we go. He says, ta-da! So not too dissimilar from what we're doing today, but you can see there we came over those three kind of the trident, if you like, of Thessaloniki and Halkidiki. I like to call it a bit of a trident. We came in over that third one, and then we routed. Let's see if we can actually map style. There we go, road map, that's easier. So we routed over Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, and crossed to just south of Austria, look, before heading over Nuremberg, north of Frankfurt, over Dusseldorf, and then we crossed just south of Rotterdam. Because I looked right and I thought, oh my god, that's actually the Netherlands, and in the distance, right properly in the distance, you could just about see Amsterdam Schiphol. And it looked just like the sim, which is crazy. And then we flew straight in, and we're coming in a little bit lower than that by comparison. Let me just see if I can do like a triple view. As you can see there, 1, 2, 3, those little outlets. We're coming in just south of that. In reality, we kind of crossed. Is it going to let me do a little pin? No. We kind of came in over this bit instead. Ever so slight difference with the routing, but tiny, negligible change. And not welcome. They're the emergency exit row, Brian, for the extra legroom seats. So on Sunday, I'm bringing my little German Shepherd Indy home for the first time. 9 weeks old, she'll be at that point. And we're going to be super busy with her, and it's going to take a little while to get her settled in and then get her used to you know, me coming upstairs, doing flight sim-ish stuff. So I'm going to try and get her used to being in the room with me, so I can do some pre-recorded videos, get her used to me being on the computer kind of thing as well, while she rests, because puppies do a lot of sleeping. But I might not necessarily be able to do like a 4-hour, 3-hour live stream, because every hour or two we're going to have to get her outside and reinforce the toilet training, do some training with her as well to get her learning some really key things. But I've also, German Shepherds have got this very compressed fear period and learning period, more so than a lot of other breeds, which is what a lot of people don't realise. So I'm going to have to do a lot of socialisation out about, carrying her around, and it actually, for a German Shepherd, has to take place before the vaccinations are complete, otherwise you miss their key phase, and then they can end up overly scared of a lot of stuff, including people, which then, that's where the fear aggression for a lot of German Shepherds and things will come in. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time kind of carrying her around my little town where I live, speaking to the butchers and the little coffee shop and the deli and all that sort of thing, and getting her interacting with people, and they're doing some good training and things with her. So going to be quite busy with her, with that. So I've actually taken most of October off as well. Not only that, I've chosen a really bad time to try and get promoted again this year, because, well, I've actually got my promotion assessments on the 3rd of October. So there's a very good chance I'll have had little sweet sleep up to that point, but we'll have to see what happens. But they have to have such a structured first month that it makes it difficult to do a lot of other things. So I'm going to be juggling all of that alongside the channel as best as I can as well. Although I appreciate I've been away for about 3 weeks already, and it might be more sporadic over the next month or so as well, just to give you guys a heads up. But I'm not a full-time streamer, I work full-time. I don't do it for the money, because the money is very little. So it's one of those things I'm just going to have to balance as best as possible. Now hopefully fly with Stuart, hopefully. There's actually 2 fear periods that German Shepherds go through, and the second one lasts for it lasts for about 2 or 3 months. So the first socialisation phase, which is 8 to 11 weeks, or 8 to 11 weeks roughly, that's really full on, and you've got to be really structured and get everything overly emphasised and super pro, and get her happy with various, you know, surfaces and noises and people and children and other dogs and the postman and all the sensory overload stuff, but you've also then got to do the socialisation, the puppy training, the toilet training, key skills, all the rest of it. Do you remember how I find out where we are in the queue, David? Oh no, I wish, Andrew. I'm a little bit disappointed, if I'm really honest. I'm a little bit disappointed that I wasn't invited. At the end of the day, I was abroad anyway, so I wasn't able to attend. But I would like to have thought I've done enough for the community to have maybe been given the chance to go to Arizona. Especially when you see the people that are doing the can a 747 fit into Sabah videos on Facebook and they were there. I just thought, how is that? I know the flight sim sphere is so broad, isn't it? So there's a lot of people that love just the arcade kind of thing, and they will want to fly the Antonov onto Sabah and see if they can do it. And that's fine. That's I suppose that's why he was there ultimately. But yeah, I was a little disappointed. If I'm being brutally honest. I don't hide anything from any of you guys. I say exactly how I feel, effectively. I'm trying to find the training thing now, David, but I'm struggling to remember where it is. Is it in that? Is it the little face button? Oh yeah, I think this is it. Hold on, my waiting lists. I'm position number 91 for tower, but I still haven't passed the theory test. Oh yeah, so I didn't know Alpha was there either, BKG Blueface, to be honest, but yeah, I think if I'd have gone to Expo this year, maybe I'd had a little bit of a look in, but some of the Microsoft Flight Simulator admins, community managers, they've got my email address. They could have still spoke to me, but it is what it is. But it was a bit of a dig not being invited. But it is what it is. I would have loved to have been there, for what it's worth. Rhodes was spectacular air not. Yeah, like you say, there is a beautiful island. We stayed down in Kiotari, down the other side of the island, nearer to Lindos more than anything else. Maybe, David. I'm going to have to get that theory test done, really, but I need to wait. I can't do anything effectively until I've done my promotion stuff at work. That when Indy's home, which is from Sunday, around the puppy training and things, I really need to focus this year on preparing for my promotion stuff, because last year I was getting so bogged down with well, obviously losing my mum and all the other stuff that was going on last year. I found solace, so to speak, in flight sim. So even when I was trying to prepare for my promotion stuff, when my head was getting a bit too full, I then dived into flight sim. So that then meant that I got distracted easily. So I need to make sure this year I don't get distracted as much. But I haven't pre-ordered Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 just yet, folks. I know a lot of people have. But yeah. A lot of you have already got the pre-released stuff, haven't you? The pre-order, MSFS 2024 pre-order. I'd actually forgotten how much I'd paid for Microsoft Flight Simulator all that time ago, for what it's worth. So I was a little bit like, oh my god, how much does it cost me? When Ashley pointed out the prices are very similar to when Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 first came out. So that's pretty impressive, bearing in mind we're getting this whole new architecture within the sim. And it does look spectacular, doesn't it? It looks absolutely stunning. So I am really looking forward to checking it out. And I think they're doing, I'm just loading up the website at the moment. Here we are. Let's have a wee look. So I know some of you still haven't pre-ordered either, and I've had a few comments in Facebook and things saying, yeah, what am I getting? Various different options here. Look, standard edition is included with Game Pass for those of you with it. 70 quid otherwise for pre-order. And you can do Xbox or Windows. You've got to be careful here that you choose, if you're buying it from Xbox.com, like I've just loaded up here, you've got to make sure you've selected like Windows 10/11, for example. There's the Deluxe Edition, and then we've got Premium Deluxe Edition there, which is probably the one that I'm going to end up getting 130 quid. And one of the things that's worth saying is, if you've already purchased various aeroplanes in the sim, then all of that will carry across, and they have said that if you've got, I might have misunderstood this from what Ashley put in our Discord group the other day. Did I read it right? That if you've already got the 787 and Premium Deluxe Edition for Microsoft Flight Simulator, you already get the 787-10 in MSFS 2024. And if that is correct, then it might mean that you just need the Standard Edition version. But any of the products you order on pre-order here, I'm going to just click the... Oh no, I don't want the Aviator Edition, that's a stupid one. That's completely unnecessary. I don't do local legend. That basically, for £200, folks, the Aviator Edition gives you everything in Premium Deluxe and above, plus all of the local legends, which I don't bother with. So, but that's Aviator Edition, Windows 10, 11, 120. Pre-order now. Let's see what it does. I'm just gonna hide this because it might come up with some bits. BKG, sorry to hear that, mate. I know exactly what is going through your head, though, with all that sort of stuff. Yeah, sorry to hear you lost your dad in March. It's tough, isn't it? But it's very, very tough. But like you say, flight sims definitely helped you make time go by as well, and it did for me. It was a huge kind of solace for me. It doesn't really say in here. The Premium Deluxe Edition pre-order, but any of the stuff that you actually pre-order from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, any of the editions, whether it be Standard Edition, all the way through to Premium Deluxe and above, you get the that big yellow firefighting aircraft included anyway. Let me just see. Doesn't really come up, does it? It doesn't really say. Let's look at 5 days ago on the PMDG forum. Oh, it's Dr. Venkman. Yeah, it doesn't really show, but I was under the impression you get that yellow thing there that's squirting water out. I can't remember the name of it, but that is the pre-order bonus for any of the editions that you get, from what I understand. But I can't find it actually written down anywhere, which is odd. That doesn't really show it either. It's always, you always rely on Reddit, can't you, in one way or another? And do you need to pre-order it? Not really. There's a lot of hype around it at the moment. But don't feel pressured, folks, into diving in and pre-ordering something, because you could just get it on the day it releases, or wait till Christmas and see if it's slightly discounted or something like that, because Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is still going to work, and as exciting as it is for everybody showcasing MSFS 2024 in one way or another. Ultimately, it's money, isn't it? And we don't have limitless money to throw at stuff, and this is another 130 quid now, so you've got to just look at it objectively and decide whether you can afford it now and pre-order it, or if you're willing to wait. But try not to feel under pressure by what you're seeing plastered all over YouTube and Twitch and previews galore and all the rest of it, and special preview events and all of that excitement and the hype, which is effectively just marketing. Try not to get sucked into that too much. Try and just sit back and look at it objectively and decide what is best for you. That, by Miltech Simulations, no, that's the A400M. Stupid Luke. Where is it? Where's the bad boy? I've flown in one of these in real life. Bosh! The C-17. That, for me, I'm so excited about. And that is, I think, in Premium Deluxe Edition, isn't it? From what I understand. And Miltech Simulations, of course, have made the Chinook, which I've really enjoyed in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that is what's kind of sucked me more into DCS. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they've achieved with the C-17. It'll be quite good. I'd imagine it'll be a bit default aircrafty, so the model will be just exquisite, like a lot of Miltech Simulations products. But I would imagine the flight deck will look like a C-17 because they are very good at modelling aircraft. But I think what we'll find is maybe like the working title default autopilot system kind of look and feel. Maybe. That's a complete guess, I have no idea. But that is the one thing that's going to really push me, like David says there, into Premium Deluxe Edition. Because it just looks bloody brilliant, doesn't it? I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to the most. And it's hard, isn't it, not being able to work it out. There's the official list. Hopefully you can see that big enough on your screens. Maybe if I go full screen and then zoom. No, it doesn't let me zoom. Open image in tab. Yes! Maximum size. There we go. So we'll start at the bottom. All of this is included in the standard edition. So if you do end up buying it or pre-ordering it, in the standard edition, you get the de Havilland Canada CL415 down there, the yellow squirty one. You get the Twin Otter, which makes sense. That's why it's disappeared from the Airsoft website all that time ago. They obviously just sold all the rights to Microsoft Flight Simulator and gave it to MSFS 2024. So that's there in the standard edition. Airbus A310, Airbus A320neo, A321LR, Airbus A330, the 200 variant, the 300 variant, and the 300 passenger to freighter variant. The Airbus A330 Beluga XL. The A400 Atlas, which I think is being created by AnyBuilds. A couple of helicopters. A lot of the general aviation aircraft that we already enjoy in MSFS are already in here as well. We've got the 737 MAX 8 as a new aeroplane. The Boeing Company 747-8 as well, included in the standard edition. For those of you who love the Jumbo, that's returning back in the new sim. The ES-30 from Hart Aerospace is an electric aircraft, isn't it, from my understanding? I'd have to look at it to double check, but I think that's an electric version of a Dash 8 effectively, which is being developed at the moment. So that's pretty cool. Pilatus PC-12 NGX, that's a new aircraft in the sim. Weirdly, 2 hot air balloons. I don't know why there's 2, but there is. So yeah, some pretty exciting new aeroplanes, to be fair, in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and that's all in the standard edition. If you want to increase that a bit more, you look at Deluxe, and you get an extra 10 aeroplanes, including the Cessna Sky Carrier. That to me is not that impressive, though for some of you watching you might love one of those aeroplanes and that's the kind of angle that you like the most. But for me it'd be standard or Premium Deluxe, and you get a hell of a lot for standard. But Premium Deluxe is where it's at for me, most likely, if I did pre-order one. 787-10's back there, look. You got the Dreamlifter. I probably wouldn't use that very much personally. The Super Tanker, which is interesting. And then the beautiful Miltech C-70 Globemaster 3. I've flown in one. Bloody impressive aeroplane. Airbus H225, which will be exceptionally good. I'm I haven't looked at the developer list, but is that one that High Performance Group has created? I'm not sure. And then the Saab 340B for those regional hops, that would be very exciting to check out as well. So there's 3 there that I'm really, really excited about. In fact, there's a Chinook there as well, which I'm excited to check out too. Which I'm not sure if it's made by Miltech as well. Has Miltech made that one? So there's a couple of questions for you. You guys might know because you've been paying more attention than I have. Who's made the Boeing Chinook in MSFS 2024, the H225 helicopter, the Saab 340B, and who has made the Pilatus PC-12? Does anybody know? Blackbird Milviz, Neil says, for the Chinook. Cheers, buddy. Miltech. Saab is Coronado. Bit average. Probably won't be that great then. So that's the Milviz Chinook. But the Miltech Simulations C-17, Milviz, who are now Blackbird Simulation, Chinook. High Performance Group for the H225, thanks Ashley. And the PC-12 Coronado. Who's making the PC-24? Neil's asking. It's on the right hand side of the screen there. I'd not noticed that one actually. And a lot of standard aircraft are all going to be Innie builds. The A320 Airbus 330s, the A400 Atlas, all that kind of thing. But yeah, very exciting. So I'll probably in the next couple of weeks end up pre-ordering Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 Premium Deluxe out of all of them, but Xbox.com behind the skies. Just Google it. Iris Simulation, Zato says, for the PC-24, Neil. They've made some good stuff actually. They've made is it Iris Simulations, the folks that made the Grob Tutor and the Grob Vigilant? Is it those guys? So I used to fly the Grob Vigilant as a gliding / flying instructor for the Air Cadets for 3 years. So a beautiful self-propelled glider aircraft that. But I've not tried their iteration in the sim. Oddly enough, when I asked to check it out for a review, they just ignored me. Even though I'm in a pretty good place to be able to fly with Vigilant and work out how good it is, because I've taught with them for 3 years, but it is what it is. Delta Tank says, saw the PC-24 on display at Oshkosh. Fascinating how they brag about how you can do gravel runways in that jet. Yeah, that makes sense then, Neil, yeah. Like Stuart says, the thing he's most excited about for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 himself is the animals that come from Planet Zoo. Yeah, I've not really watched that either, to be fair. I don't know what Planet Zoo is. Like I said, I'm so far behind a lot of previews and things. I haven't actually watched any of the previews from the preview launch event. A, because I was on holiday, but B, because I just a little bit envious that a lot of others have already been able to try it, understandably. So I haven't watched anything, but either way, very excited. No matter what I watch, ultimately, it's not going to change my excitement for the sim, so there's no point in me watching any of it. I'll just check it out when it becomes a downloadable product. Oh, that's going to be insane then. Will and Ashley there saying it's basically Earth Sim now. Animals will migrate and everything. Planet Zoo is a zoo simulation game made by Frontier. Sobo have worked with Frontier to update the animals in the environment. That's pretty epic. Like Will's saying there, the animal migration. I remember that being spoke about before, actually. But that'd be, you know, that'd be quite awesome actually. Looking at the migration around Africa of animals and things, that might be quite exciting. Are trains going to be included, Neil? That would be nice to see as well. And yet ships would be good, because ultimately down here, when we're flying up the Aegean Sea and down the Aegean Sea into Rhodes to begin with, there's a lot of little cargo ships and ferries dotting around between the islands, and it would be nice to see a little bit of that life around underneath. That would be quite good, wouldn't it? Julian, how's it? Down in South Africa, welcome. Have they solved the fact that there's very limited cloud formations? We want to see those big towering cumulonimbus clouds and the huge thunderstorms and all that sort of thing. I'd like to see that. But you'll be excited to see how much they can add before it starts to affect comparable performance against this sim. It's very, very exciting times, to be fair. For 4 years we've had Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's nice the franchise is back with a vengeance, really, because there's been quite a gap, hasn't there, between FSX and Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And previously they were bringing out a new flight sim every 2 to 4 years, I think. I can't remember precisely now the time frames between various different simulators. There's definitely Flight Sim 2000 and Flight Sim 2002. And Flight Sim 98. It was like every 2 years. It's just nice to see the franchise is well and truly alive again. And this is going to be just record-breaking in every way, I think, this new flight simulator. And you know what? As much as I'm not a massive mission person, like Zato says, I'm excited as well to be able to experience doing the aerial firefighting missions and all of that cool, the mission kind of system, the mission environment within Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. That's what I'm going to look forward to and probably start to do when the new sim does arrive. I think maybe the first couple of weeks I might just do a little bit of firefighting and some of the mission stuff, just to have a really good look at the depth of the sim and see what it offers. I think it would be quite interesting. And yeah, as Neil says there, as a group, online firefighting, if that is a possibility, I don't know if it is, but if they pull something like that off, that will be so fun. But as David's saying there, missions are single player and only available via career mode. So you can't jump in without gaining proficiency. Ah, well that's a bit poop. That just limits everything straight away, doesn't it? Unnecessarily. We'll have to see what happens when the sim comes. There's still a month or so away, a month and 2 weeks, so 6 weeks roughly before the new sim arrives. And things can be tweaked. They might change their policy here and there on the little bits prior to that release. We'll have to see what happens. Well, Andrew, actually, I think a lot of people do, more so than people realise. Don't forget, you've got a lot of people on Xbox playing Microsoft Flight Simulator. And for them, things like Renault Air Races, the Top Gun stuff, the Dune missions, that is more applicable to their environment, I think, on Xbox. So I suppose they are catering for everybody, giving all that sort of stuff, and the mission system, quite exciting. The A10 being in Microsoft Flight Simulator Standard Edition is quite cool as well, but if it's anything like a lot of military things in MSFS, if the fact that you can't use munitions and all that sort of thing. If that carries across to the new sim, then it's just pointless, isn't it? What's the point in having an A10 that doesn't go and make all the noise? So I want to be excited for the A10, but I'm not, because I don't think we're going to be able to use the gun and get that noise and all that sort of thing. So yeah. But as Aeronaut says there, me too. I've long suspected, he says, that we are the vocal minority. We are those of us who like the serious side of simming. Buzzing around, doing airline ops, and having it as precise as possible, and the immersion of it all, and everything else. I think we are certainly on the VATSIM and IVAO side of things as well. We are the minority of sim user now, because the Xbox brigade is so vast, so huge. That is ultimately now what the sim is kind of going towards. So they've had to expand their offering for that side of the community, ultimately. But it's not a bad thing, because it massively propels the franchise into newer, bigger things. Precisely, not. What they are going to make the money from is not us. It's going to be people downloading MSFS 2020 or MSFS 2024 on Xbox on Game Pass, using it for a few weeks, buying a couple of aeroplanes, and then deleting it off their Xbox. That kind of thing. That's where they're going to make the big money. That probably keeps the price down for us as well quite a bit, don't forget. Andrew says he's not so sure himself. He wishes that they would fix things like the glide slope, the PAPI's always being wrong, clouds being volcanic ash with the wrong colours, etc. Yeah, there are glaring issues, aren't they? Certainly with the glide slope and the PAPI indications and things. They're so off still. It'd be nice to change that and have that a bit more accurate. Maybe that will improve in MSFS 2024. Time will tell. Time will tell. Ultimately, it's a brand new sim, isn't it? Built on the stuff from before. Almost pressed the wrong button then while I was moving the camera around. I mean, from like screenshots and things that I've seen, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, it does look absolutely stunning, doesn't it? And while I've been gone as well, we've had 2 updates to the Phoenix Simulations products, A319 2021. Jetstream, they've released Geneva Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Joseki Designs is updated Warsaw with like a whole new kind of airport thing going on. There's been a few things going on with the sim, really. Allbex have released a couple of, like, is it Ranch Creek or something as well? And Aerosoft's Frankfurt, which is epic, that's had an update as well. And GSX, big update. As we said at the start now, GSX supports the Phoenix A321 as well. French toaster keybinds set to my HOTAS, so it's like forward, back, left, right, very crude, but I also press and hold the mouse so I can kind of do two at once. It does require both hands, mind you. Is Meteo Blue using the weather from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? One would assume they probably are, but I don't know. I haven't really read too much about the new weather engine and how that's going to work, but hopefully we have it a little bit more accurate, a bit more reliable. But like I said at the start, you don't have to upgrade to Microsoft 2024, Flight Simulator 2024. You don't have to follow the crowd and get sucked up into all the hype of everything you're seeing online and everybody raving on about how great it is. I mean, earlier on, I couldn't help myself, but somebody commented on something saying Thrustmaster Boeing TCA is the best yoke on the market, and I couldn't help myself. I commented going, it's just not correct. It's not. I've had mine for 12 months and it's turned into almost a pointless, useless bit of plastic that's going to end up in landfill. But I'm not paid by Thrustmaster to only say good things about it. So you've got to kind of, I've said it many times before, you've got to work around all the marketing speak and around all the potential bias in sponsored content as well. You've got to kind of just try and separate that, and it's hard. It is hard. I find it difficult as well to work stuff out sometimes. But you're going to get everybody say good things about the new sim, no doubt, maybe with a couple of criticisms here and there. Yeah, Bobby, so again, I haven't really seen much or read much about the new sim. What's the situation with the working weather radar? No, Stuart, I just don't like the Thrustmaster kit. I think it's cheap tat now. It's horrible stuff. It breaks even the Airbus kit. Nasty. In fact, I dislike the Airbus kit entirely, which is why I didn't buy any of it or any of that sort of stuff. I purchased the Boeing TCA myself. Wish I never did. Would not recommend it. Awful. Yeah, that would be a really good feature, like a filters thing as well, like a filters thing in the map. Like Neil says there, I would like that as well, to be honest. The ability to hide aircraft that you don't fly from the aircraft selection page. And your doorman, welcome mate. They've been quite quiet, haven't they, in relation to how much bandwidth you might need, how much download upload speeds you might need. I can't find anything online about what the minimum spec for that is, and when the sim is going to be pretty much 90% in the cloud, that's a really key bit of information. Bandwidth is on the settings page, last entry. On what's that on, sorry? Yeah, that'll be the thing actually there, when they eventually force people across to the new sim. So the main factor, not now but next year, will be when the new add-ons are only built with the 2024 SDK and thus won't be compatible with Microsoft 2020, and that will be what then draws people across to the newer simulator. Otherwise 2020 will continue to work and be updated. Right, there you go, thank you guys. They're saying minimum 10 megabytes per second. I can't, let's be honest, I can't imagine that's going to be anywhere near enough in reality. Recommended 50 megabytes per second and 100 megabytes per second is ideal. Jeez. Okay, so realistically you're going to need at least 50 megabytes per second then, if we're honest. And for people that are very rural, that might be an issue. Megabytes or megabits? Oh, Mbps, megabits per second. So that's 100 megabits per second is 12.5 megabytes per second. See, bits to me doesn't mean anything. So I just had to Google what 100 megabits per second is in megabytes per second. Because the only time I've ever seen megabits is in MSFS, in that data page. And I still really don't understand what megabits is. So 100 megabits per second is about 12.5 megabytes per second, according to a Google conversion. I wish they just did megabytes, because you go on broadband speed comparisons and things, and it talks about megabytes per second, doesn't it? So call it 15 megabytes per second is ideally what you end up using. Okay, so most of us will be okay then. Scott says, talking of kit, has anyone had issues with wires breaking in the Honeycomb Bravo? He's had 2 snapped really thin wires. I've seen a couple of people on Reddit mention about that, and they've had to kind of disassemble it and then resolder them back on. But how you do that, I have no idea. It's effectively the same that's happened inside my Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke. There's a load of wires that, because the build quality inside is actually pretty poor, from what I gather from reading Reddit and things. A lot of people are having the same problems. You've got to go into the unit, you've got to disassemble it, and you've got to free up a load of wires that are pinching on each other, and then maybe do a bit of soldering. Yeah, it's just beyond my ability. Edizic says, here in Australia the internet is a big issue, and I can see that being a big problem when we try to play in the sim. Let's have a little look at Volanta to see how we're getting on with the old gravy train. So we've got Zot up front in the Talis A321. There he is. Very nice. Buzzing about next plane. And then we've got French Toast ahead, Speedbird 8901, followed by myself. Behind me, Ian, Osprey 2472. He's flying the Dinky Jet, the old school 737-600, beautiful, in our little retro inspired livery. Very nice indeed. There's me, lining up. That's a good screenshot. Ascot 2205, that's Scott flying along in his Poseidon, monitoring the med. Flying home. What else have we got? I think that's all of us, I believe. Oh no, we've got a couple doing a random route over here. Badger. Oh, he's flying air tours in the Mad Dog. Proper old school, love it. Look at that. Amazing. We've got Pedro as well, in DHL. Oh, so there was a DHL. And Joe Osprey 458. Blasting out of Rhodes there. Nice. There we all are. I think, is that all of us then? Oh no, hold on. Oh, that's Northern Foxes, that's a different routing entirely. I think that's all of us. We're just flying. You see there, two completely separate routes, but we'll converge nearer to Frankfurt Hahn at Leursu. As we head into Belgium, that's where we'll converge on each other. Which might get interesting. Neil says he's looking forward to Phoenix Sharklets. Is there any word on that? I'm using a WinWing HOTAS at the moment. That's what I'm currently using. My the one that I bought for DCS, that's what I've now got plugged into the sim. And I'd be very tempted to keep using this actually for the Boeing aeroplanes now. And I might sell the Boeing TCA Yokers like parts. Used parts. Kind of working on eBay. I don't know. Although eBay's a nightmare nowadays. They've recommended, well the ideal is 64 gig of RAM for the new sim as well, isn't it? But I'm lucky here where I am, I've got fibre to the premise, so I'm pretty good. I've got minimum speeds of 500 megabits per second. Or it might be 500 megabytes per second. Oh god, internet things are so confusing for me. Where is it? I'm transferring, I'm changing to Sky in fact. Full fibre 500. That's what I'm getting. I assume that's probably megabytes per second then. I don't know. Delta Tango says he asked his IT guy if he could mirror his monitor to his phone so he could keep tabs on flight while out mowing the lawn. I'm sure that he'd find a way. Like some guy says, does it blow your mind how many aircraft can be seen on Volanta on an average Tuesday in September? It's incredible. Yeah, and it shows how big this flight sim community actually is. Delta Dorman says this is the first quote-unquote game that he's going to have that's recommended 64 gig RAM as ideal. I think the sim will be cache heavy for sure. Yeah, I think... I mean, that's the other thing, isn't it? A lot of people might end up having to be, you know, buying brand new computers and ending up with a massive computer like what I've now got with the RTX 4090 and 64 gig of DDR5 RAM and things. So it'd be interesting to see how it all works, but I'm sure it'll be okay for most. Internet is always so it's 500 megabits per second, Ashley. Is that what I've got in my Fibre 500 package? AJ Fanani is saying there it is megabits per second. You know what? I've spent my entire life thinking that was megabytes per second. Oh my god, how embarrassing! That's terrible. And that shows you how it's just confusing. And if you know, I'm not going to be the only one that's confused by that then. Right, so that's megabits. Yeah, that'd be great. 1 terabyte of internet speed. Could you imagine? 1 terabyte per second. 8 bits in 1 byte. Yeah, it just confuses me. I always thought Mbps was megabytes per second. But like the extended version. You know when you kind of abbreviate something and it just becomes MBS or MB. Or something like M/S, whatever it might be. That's how confused I get with megabytes and megabits. Big B is bytes, little b is bits. Yeah, so that's just confusing. Completely, they should just have a completely different name for it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thick with this kind of thing. But I know I won't be the only person who spent his entire life thinking that was megabytes per second. I did IT at school as well. And I run a YouTube channel. You'd think I'd know these things. Oh my god. So we need at least 100 megabits per second, which is 12.5 megabytes per second. There we go. Alright, so I'm not the only one French toast. Maybe I need to do a little video of the recommended spec for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Or we could just clip this entirely embarrassing conversation that I've just had and just share that around the internet. Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? Again, it's that marketing stuff. Most people who don't do tech stuff, my next door neighbour probably sees that, and like I have as well, I do tech stuff because I do YouTube. And even I've spent my entire life thinking I was getting 500 megabytes per second, 600 megabytes per second, and all that kind of thing. Turns out, actually, is that it? I've spent my entire life thinking I'm getting 500 megabytes per second for fibre to the premise, and it's actually just 62.5 megabytes per second. Because it's actually 500 megabits per second. That's quite a difference, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh, my brain is full of learning today. Maybe we should have a segment of like you guys teaching me things. Now I think the internet is really slow. Why am I not getting 500 megabytes per second? That's literally just marketing gumph then. Because the masses of people, the majority, including me, probably all think that 500 Mbps is megabytes per second. So you'll be, wow, I'm getting 500 megabytes per second. Nope, you're getting 500 megabits per second, 62 megabytes per second. That's ridiculous. I'm actually a bit miffed now. But yeah, it is still quite a lot, as Mark says. There's still quite a lot. Succulence there says that it's rich for Microsoft Flight Simulator to ask for 100 megabits per second as ideal spec when their own servers cap out at about 50 megabits per second half the time. Do they really? I'll tell you what, actually, speaking of suppliers, Flying Panda, you guys have just reminded me. So yesterday I had it, because I'm switching from BT Broadband, who I'm currently with, and they've been alright to be fair. But when I moved into this new build house, it was the only provider that could currently connect you when I first moved in. So you kind of had to jump onto them or wait a month for Sky and things to dive in and allow activations. But naturally, I didn't want to then wait an extra month and give you guys nothing. So I dived into BT. And to be fair, they've been pretty good. But Sky are offering, for £45 a month, Sky Entertainment, the same broadband that I've currently got, effectively. Plus Netflix, Discovery Plus, TNT Sport, £45 a month, plus 90 quid gift card. Every little helps. So I called BT, and I said, right, I'm moving now, I'm going to Sky, because now it's like changing broadband provider, like changing your mobile phone provider. So you just click buttons online, you order it, and then there's a whole load of stuff now that happens in the background with OpenReach. So it's like changing your mobile provider now for broadband. It's quite clever, and it makes it quite effortless. So that's what I did. Got a very good deal. Thought it was a bit of a no-brainer, although I'm a bit 50-50 with Sky, because I've had them in the past and they've been a bit wonky, a bit wobbly. Like Willie says there, he says their servers are awful. I'm hoping, touch wood, the servers here with fibre to the premise are going to be a lot better. I hope. Seeing as it's OpenReach. We'll find out soon. It goes live in about a week and a half, actually. Got to pay an early termination fee with BT, and then had a phone call yesterday from BT saying, oh, please don't go. We're going to keep... That's weird. Did you see that animation then stop? Look, on the engine. How strange. BT called me and said, look, we want to keep you. And I said, look, this is what I've been offered with Sky. So why is there such a gulf? It's 20 quid cheaper for more stuff. So out of principle, why would I stay with BT? And he was like, no, that's fair enough. How about I offer you the same for the same price? And I said to the guy, well, if that's a price that I could have already got with BT, why am I paying £65, £67 a month for broadband plus Netflix standard when you can offer me 5 times more for 20 quid a month less? And albeit all of them, like Sky and BT and all the rest of it, they all increase their contract price every April by about £3, which is fine. But any out of contract price rises, which I remember Sky did to me before actually, I'll just leave them like I did last time, because you can do that in your contract. If they increase the price outside the April £3 a month, they have to write to you, and you can just leave them with that without paying the early termination fees. But I said to this guy from BT, look, just send me an email, because I was out and about buying a load of things for the puppy when we bring her home on Sunday, and I thought, just send me the things on an email, let me read through it, call me back 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'll have decided then whether or not I'm going to stay with BT or if I'll continue to switch to Sky. And then he started, and he was from the retention department, Delta Tango, he started reading through the terms and conditions as if I was renewing the product. And I stopped him 3 times throughout. And I said, look, I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm not actually agreeing to a contract renewal here, so you don't need to read out any terms and conditions. I'm not renewing a contract. I'm not agreeing to renewing any contract with you at the moment. I just want an email with the offer that you've given me. And he goes, oh no, I have to read it out anyway, as part of the terms and conditions, so you can understand what the full product is, including the terms and conditions. I thought, and I said to him again, look, no, I do not want to renew any contract. That is it. And he goes, no, we're not renewing anything. I went, good, because I don't want to renew anything. It couldn't have been any clearer. We ended the phone call. 30 minutes later, I read the email, and the guy has actually renewed the contract without my permission, which is illegal. They can't do that. And about an hour later, I got another phone call from him going, "Hello, we spoke last week about renewing your contract. Have you had time to go through the email?" I said, "No, we spoke about an hour ago. But I've just read through this, and it reads as if you just renewed the contract." And he goes, "Well, yeah, I had to so that I could send you the email." Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. That is ridiculously illegal. I said, "So cancel it now." And he goes, "Oh, I can't cancel it. I'll have to pass you to customer services." I was then on hold for 30 minutes before I spoke to a nice chap at BT who couldn't believe what I was telling him. And initially he thought I wasn't telling the truth. He thought initially I was just kind of got the wrong end of the stick and all the rest of it. Put me on hold for 5 minutes to work out what was going on. And when he came back on the line, he was like, I'm really sorry, I can't believe he's done that. He's renewed your contract without your permission." I went, "Oh no, that's what I said." I goes, and this is the thing, I said to the guy, now I could have just waited for the renewal of the contract to then phone and kick off and sue BT. I said, I could have done that. I said, "But no, I'm willing to just go and cancel it." I said, "But I'll tell you what I do want. I want you to cancel the early termination fee." And he goes, "Well, I'm not allowed to do that. But I think I'm going to report them to Ofcom anyway." Because I never had an experience like that, ever. I couldn't believe it. Actually couldn't believe it. And then I was like, well, why would I stay with BT anyway then? But you know, as Willie Canuck says, and it's all over their website and things anyway, BT is kind of fading away now from being a residential sort of brand name that we would use. And in fact, they're actually going to change everything to the EE brand. He was on shore, Ian. He was from some very loud call centre somewhere here, Nottinghamshire, I think, or something like that. I think they said. But genuinely horrendous. But when you look on Google, like here, like BT signed me up for contract I didn't agree to, and you go onto Reddit, and there's a load of people on Reddit from 9 years ago that are saying, going there like, TLDR, BT sneaked me into a 12-month contract I did not ask for. How do I avoid paying the cancellation fee? And all this kind of stuff. And they're saying they're optional, make a complaint to Ofcom, who state, although we can't investigate individual cases, your complaints can lead us to launching investigations and ultimately us taking action. Ofcom being the regulator in the UK for broadband, mobile services and all that kind of thing. It says there, number 1, exhaust all routes of achieving satisfactory outcome with the provider. Good advice on how to achieve this is detailed here on the Ombudsman Service website. Get a letter of deadlock from the service provider confirming they're not prepared to resolve the problem in that way that you wish. Citizens advice you'd recommend using a template. And then number 3, pass the complaint onto a telecommunications ombudsman. Or you can use the alternate dispute resolution service or take the provider to the small claims court. But I haven't lost out on anything. So how could I take them to the small claims court? Willie says if he's got a worse story, neighbours signed up with BT but used Willie's at home address in error. So he got a text about it and told them to cancel the order, which they did. 1 month later, bang, took another 2 months to sort out. My God, that's horrendous. T.com says BT could get heavily fined, but and that's all well and good, but I know I've noticed that they were signing up to the new contract, but I still not agreed to it. So part of me thinks, well, surely I should still be able to get some sort of something from them. Do you know what I mean? And there's a lot of people saying that I would like to open legal proceedings against BT, blah blah blah. There's just so much online for it, and I didn't realise how widespread it was. I'd actually do that Martin Lewis thing. Resolver, isn't it? That's it. There's like a Resolver website, isn't it? I'm going to do that. I'm going to tell them I want the things, at least my early exit fee wiped. Something like that. The Resolver tool in the UK is pretty good, to be fair. Thirsty says, it reminds me of moving into my new build. Utilities were with British Gas, and they were an utter pain to move away from. They screwed up the final gas bill, charging him £3,600. Oh my god! Took 3 months to fight. Phew. Yeah, it's not. There's no claim. I haven't lost out on anything. That's the thing. So, as Andrew says in the chat there, I haven't suffered any real loss because I've identified the issue, and I've instantly just gone, well, hold on a second. Can't do that. So they've cancelled it, apparently. We'll find out in 14 days if they have or not. We'll see. But I want to at least hold them to account. But I'm 100% going to be contacting Ofcom regardless to make a complaint with them, and then they can look into it. And then I might do a Resolver tool anyway to say, look, this is not on. You can't just force people into contracts. But in a way, it's worth talking about because some of you in the UK might be responsible for bills, and you might be renewing contracts with things like BT and the retention department, like I had. They might try and pull a fast one and push you or trick you into the contract renewal that you haven't actually asked for. I'll be back in a second, just got to top my water up. I mean, ultimately, Ofcom aren't worth the time, like Ofwat and all these other regulators in the UK. They're an absolute waste of time and a waste of money for taxpayers, but they can fine companies like BT and give them a slap on the wrist and nothing really actually changes. But unfortunately, a lot of people that don't realise get caught up in all these kind of things. So Well, the thing is, Delta Tango, I can't not pay the early exit fee unless we agree in some sort of resolution that I don't need to pay it, i.e. from like a complaint from this unlawful contract renewal that they've done and I've identified and stopped. But if that's not an agreement between the two of us, I'm still contractually obliged to pay the early termination fee, which is only about £20–30 to BT. But I would still be legally obliged to pay that. I can't just choose not to pay it, if that makes sense. I'm sure as Andrew, as a barrister there, giving some advice in the live chat, thank you, you probably agree with that, right? Yeah, Giovanni, that's fantastic. Well, I suppose it's very different in the States. Everything's contract in the UK. 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. There's early termination fees and all that sort of thing as well. Sky Switch credit. Well, thing is that, so Ashley, because I've done like a top cashback thing to change, so it's like £90 top cashback, then I probably can't do the switch credit, can I? Because they'll then say that I can't get the cashback plus the credit. That's pretty good. We'll credit you up to £100. Switch into Sky TV. Oh no, up to £200. Switch to Sky TV and broadband. I should have done it a month ago. Should have done it ages ago. Got 200 quid off them. It'd have been loads cheaper. I'd have saved so much money. Oh well. Yeah, exactly. Just for the sake of paying 30 quid, as Andrew says, I'd rather just pay them and get rid of it, and leave BT and be done with it. And that's. But in fairness, that's probably how a lot of these companies will operate. They'll just think, you know what, they'll pay it and shut up and move on, and then they'll just forget about it and all the rest of it. So, we'll see what happens. Yeah, a lot of high-level cloud, indeed. A big old 40 old cross, not crosswind there as well. currently mashing an email to Ofcom because I don't want to forget. Have a good flight, Willie. Thank you. Enjoy your PowerPoints. Actually, that's pretty quick then. So you just email final bill to Sky when you get it next month, and for him, it's just processed within 2 days. That's pretty swish. Delta Tango says he had a phone company tell us just not pay an argued fee that the rep couldn't remove because it will eventually just go away if you continue not to pay it. Ooh, a bit risky. I mean, I could have been dreadful, couldn't I? I could have just let it renew and then be like, oh, hold on, what is this? I haven't agreed to this, but I'm not that kind of person. Plus, I don't want to put myself in that position in the first place. But it did make me think, I wonder how many people have had contracts renewed with them with a phone call like that without realising. A right old mess. Should be, because it's a long old flight this actually, certainly going back as well, westbound it's another 20 odd minutes comparable to the way out. Should be about halfway, not even halfway. Crikey. MPS, welcome mate. How are you? Hope you've been well. Have you got over your illness? You had like a COVID sort of thing, didn't you? In the end, hopefully you're feeling a bit better. Bingo! Ofcom complaints gone. Enjoy. I'm going to do it now because I won't forget. I will entirely forget rather otherwise. Email address registered with BT. I'm going to be cheeky. I'm going to ask for last month's bill, this current month as well, to be cancelled / refunded for, you know, hurt feelings and all that. Ah, chuffing heck, I can't remember my email for that. I need to sign in before continuing. Oh, lovely, first time. Done. Formal complaint as well. We are so productive today. We've learnt things. I've learnt the difference between megabits per second and megabytes per second. We've done an Ofcom complaint. And I've just fired off a complaint, official complaint to BT as well, with the email chain proof. Simon, love it. That's a great shout as well. Transcript of phone call. Whack that on my notes. I'm going to ask for that as well. Done. Right, I've asked for that as well. Love it. You guys look great. Now, Electrox, so I'm going to be leaving BT. They, to be fair, have been very good over the last 2 years. I've had a very stable, high-speed, fibre-to-the-premise broadband capability, which has given me the ability to push streams out 2K 60 frames per second for those of you who have got the ability to watch the streams and all that sort of stuff as well. But yeah, it's one of those things. I think they're all pretty much just as bad as each other, to be fair, at the end of the day. Dust Tax says, welcome to the new British Airways Geek channel, featuring realistic airline operations, tech talk for grown-ups and small claims legal advice. Yes. Ofcom don't charge for any lodging of complaints Electrox. They're basically just a pointless regulator that gives companies fines for being naughty, but nothing else really comes of it. Certainly nothing for consumers. So they're not like an ombudsman service where they would charge for like a small fee, much like a small claims court and all that sort of stuff. That's where it all gets a little bit convoluted. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens over the next month or so. I have got a new. We have got a name for our little puppy, yes. Clipper. It's going to be Indie. I-N-D-I-E. And actually, those of you who might have noticed on my Discord server yesterday, we have we have actually also, via my other half's parents, purchased one of her brothers from the same litter as well. So they're going to bring little Billy home on Sunday to their house. At the same time, we bring Indy home to our home. So very exciting. And it means then she gets to see one of her brothers quite regularly as well, which is going to be quite cool. Something quite unique. One of those things that you don't really get often the chance to do. But yeah, we've managed to convince them actually. Yeah. To be fair, my other half, her stepdad, having looked after Loki, our beloved first ever dog, myself and my other half, I think they were sceptical about the fact that when we originally had, when we were getting the German Shepherd, I think they were understandably quite sceptical of that because of the general perception of the breed. But they very quickly realised how utterly intelligent a German Shepherd is, how trainable they are, how adaptive, how emotional they are. The stuff you get from a German Shepherd, it's like a big fluffy human being that can't speak. That's how intelligent they are. So because of that, my other half, her stepdad, has always wanted one for himself before he gets too old. So this was a bit of a, they've already got 2 dogs, but one of them is on his last legs, bless him, plugging on. They thought it's now or never, because they've got their older dog at the moment is effectively gone, is like a kind of circle of life, where you start as a puppy, or for a human you start as a baby. When you get a lot older, yeah, the kind of the way it's explained, isn't it, in a very basic sense, is you kind of revert back into like a child in an older person's body. Kind of very similar to a dog, I guess. So their older dog has almost reverted back into like puppy mode, waking them up all through the night and all the rest of it. So why not just get an actual puppy as well? Because you're already getting up at night, sorting out the older dog, but the older dog can go on walks with the puppy and impart the wisdom and all that kind of stuff, and it is a perfect time. So it kind of works. So they've ended up managing to actually persuade the breeder who had not sold the dog to someone else, but he had allowed somebody to reserve this dog Billy with a deposit, who was going to take them to Hong Kong. And when he realised that and found that out, he really wasn't comfortable with it, and he's been trying to kind of work out a middle ground with this person since, to alleviate the worries and the fear that he has about his puppy being put on a plane and taken straight away to the airport after being rehomed and all that kind of thing, which he really didn't want. And eventually he's just turned around and gone, you know what, I want what's best for this dog, and what's best for this dog is not for it to end up straight out of my house, being put in a crate, being put on a plane and flown to Hong Kong. It's not fair. So he's then pulled the plug on that, given the guy his deposit back, and allowed us to take little Billy. So yeah, like Badger says there, they're so very human-like. He's had 2 of them himself. They are so intelligent, aren't they? But I would struggle to own anything else. MBS says German Shepherds are crazy fun dogs if they're trained and raised correctly. Absolutely, and that's the key. And people will train a dog at puppy training, and then a lot of dogs won't ever be trained in any way again after that. Actually, you've got to train your dog every day for its entire life. You've got to give it the mental stimulus. You've got to give it the skills, like a child. Like, you've got to bring a child up through years, through various different schooling and all that sort of thing, and you've got to equip the child with life skills that they can carry into their adulthood and then into their own independent life. You've kind of got to do that for a dog every single day of his life, without the independent element, because basically a big fur baby that lives with you to the end of his life, or her life. But yeah, Delta Tango, that's that. It's exciting, isn't it? It's going to be amazing for Indy to have her little brother Billy at Grandma and Grandpa's house during our trips away. Yes, absolutely. And yeah, there's Ian says there they look after, they will look after Indy when we're both at work as well. So she'll get to have sleepovers at her brother's house and all that. It's going to be really cool. and that way it will also get around the whole littermate syndrome thing as well, because they might spend like 1 or 2 days with each other at most every couple of weeks. I will do. Oh, there's already a few pictures on Discord, in fact. And part of me was thinking, how do I give you guys content to show how I'm getting on with Indy if I can't do the flight sim stuff? It doesn't really go with the channel, to be fair. But I was thinking of recording a few videos, stitching them together on my phone and putting them on something or other. Zato, no worries, buddy. Have a good one. Have a good night. Wasp. A lot of people are saying very good things about the Ursa Minor airline joystick from WinWing. I haven't got it, but I've got the WinWing F16 EX2 HOTAS, which is very, very good. And that in itself I can highly recommend. But a lot of people saying very good things about the Ursa Minor, and the price of it is so, so good. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, actually, they're saying he's just received his Ursa Minor from WinWing this week. 2 flights with it so far, much better build quality than the Thrustmaster kit. And that's the one thing that I've said a few times with the WinWing hardware that I ended up buying for DCS when I've been dabbling with DCS every now and again, as a lot of you know. The build quality of their hardware surpasses what Thrustmaster have done. And when you look at the two, Thrustmaster feels really cheap, plastic, like, and you look at the price of it and you think, why am I paying £200-300 for this when WinWing are offering something with a better build quality and some really nice metal kind of parts to it and everything as well for a lot less. So I can't recommend WinWing enough. I'm not sponsored by them in any way. I don't receive any money from them. I've received a couple of products for free, the WinWing FCU for example, and I have got the WinWing EFIS as well, which I'll be doing a video on later on, which is very exciting. All very impressive. They're the only things I've received for free. I've actually purchased the WinWing HOTAS throttle kit and the HOTAS stick myself with my own money because of how impressed I was about the FCU. And I'm so impressed with the HOTAS. And eventually my Thrustmaster rudder pedals will give up the ghost. When they do, I will be buying the WinWing rudder pedals as well, the Orion rudder pedals. They look very, very good. Delta Tango, yes. Willie says, we just need a decent B1B and then you can fly a bone with a puppy in your lap. But yeah, and they got Friends Dog Co-Pilot as well. Yeah, might have to dust that one off. The WinWing 737 CDU, Scott, is going to be fantastic, isn't it? If the FCU and the DCS type WinWing kind of UFT stuff is anything to go by. Carlito, welcome mate, says he loves his Ursa Minor stick as well from WinWing. He's had it for a month now. Need a replacement for the yoke instead. I've emailed WinWing actually and said, look, there's a lot of good feedback about a lot of your hardware and the price points are very hard to resist. And I've said to WinWing on an email, I've emailed themselves and said, look, if you can pull off some sort of Boeing type shaped yoke, then you're going to wipe the market, because a lot of people will end up buying WinWing gear. And he hasn't said anything, he hasn't said he's not doing it, the developer of WinWing. They haven't said they aren't making one, but they haven't said they will, if that makes sense. The EFIS is expected some point middle of October, I believe, Brian, maybe end of October. But I don't think there's any dates set so far. Yeah, we need some sort of throttle quadrant as well for Boeing / Airbus as well, actually, don't we? And I know with where is it in the live chat? With Aussie SimGeek, they're saying there with Thrustmaster you're paying for the Boeing and the Airbus license, but that doesn't detract from it being cheap, nasty rubbish that doesn't really either work very well, is difficult to set up, or breaks at 11 to 12 months of
the
ownership.
Haggis and Poutine show returns on Sky Blue Radio October 27th for 6 episodes.
Hey, Willie Canuck. Thank you, buddy, for the tip. Is that what your news was? Very exciting. Willie Canuck's Haggis and Poutine show on Sky Blue Radio is returning on October the 27th for 6 more episodes. Very exciting. I did 1 episode in the last series and it was great fun. And some of you remember, because a lot of you were listening, oddly enough I was nervous for some reason about being on the radio, but it was a really good hour and a bit before I think I went off for a night shift as well, actually, from memory. But it was good fun. But I had to really hold my opinion back, because I could go off on one, I could go off on a tangent and start complaining about Thrustmasters, Boeing yoke and all that sort of stuff. And I do worry that me throwing my opinion out there like I do on my channel quite regularly, like I have done today with various things, and I'll add context and rationale and everything behind it, but part of me always worries that it's going to slam the door shut with a lot of developers. Or internet providers, yeah. yeah. Virpil's new hardware for the Kickstarter launching in a few days, Ian. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? It looks exciting, and it's nice to have another competitor out there developing some hardware for the sim. Yeah. But that's the thing, Electrox. They're throwing loads of money at sponsored flight sim streamers and content creators. And what that does is it makes us and you guys watching various channels see the Thrustmaster logo everywhere, and you just think, oh my god, well, my favourite content creators, my favourite flight sim streamers, they're using it, and they've got a camera that shows the Airbus TCA throttle being used. It looks great, and they won't downright slate it or talk about how it breaks after 12 months or anything else, because they want their thousands and thousands of pounds from Thrustmaster every year. So they're very, very careful with how they might explain an issue, and they might find that it will break, and Thrustmaster perhaps will instantly just send them another one in the post. Don't talk about it, here's another one, it will be with you next week. That kind of thing. I don't know how it works, because I'm not one of those. I'm not a sponsored streamer of any sort, so I don't know how all of that works, but that's how I would imagine it does work. But a lot of the older school stuff, like the T16000, all of that seems to be of a very different build quality to what they're pumping out nowadays, and it's a shame. But yeah, I'm not owned by anybody, Clipper. That's a good way of putting it. It's a good way of putting it. It does upset some people, but hey, I don't do it for growth or money. I do it because I enjoy the hobby and I enjoy the community, and I try and be as honest as possible, brutally sometimes, with my thoughts to help you guys work out what's worth your money and what's not, potentially, because there's a lot of very expensive things out there in the sim community, and quite quickly you can spend almost 10 grand on hardware, can't you, including your computer and everything else. Wasp says, ask WinWing to design or release an Airbus or Boeing Tiller, please. That could be quite a niche. So I think from what I understand, WinWing have got their hands full with a lot of stuff at the moment, so they probably wouldn't want to add to that just yet, but we'll have to wait and see what happens over the next few months to see maybe what they bring out hardware wise, and that might then help influence things like that, requesting the tillers and things. That could be quite cool. Dorman, I'm the same. I've loved my Honeycomb Bravo. I would never give them a single penny again though, because of all of the weird chaos and the mess and the dodginess that's going on with Honeycomb at the moment. My overriding thing for you guys is huge red flag. Don't buy any of it. Very, very odd. And I don't think you'll get any assistance or protection if your product goes wrong. So like me, Doorman, I'm desperately hoping that my Honeycomb Bravo lasts for many years, because I love it, but I will not be buying another one until they sort out maybe the mess of their company. It's all a bit weird, isn't it? LJC, good afternoon, welcome. Hope you're well. Nick, how long have you had your Boeing yoke for? Because I really loved it until pretty much bang on 12 months, when I started getting all the weird kind of spasms on the ailerons. When I pushed forward on the stick for pitch, it suddenly violently was twitching the ailerons left and right. And when you then look on Reddit and things, it's quite a big issue. Not everyone's got it, so like you're lucky, you've had yours a year and a half. You've not had that issue, touch wood, but if you start to notice you push forward on the stick or back on the stick, and you notice then all of a sudden you're getting left and right aileron twitching, then yours is about to do what mine has done. But look after it, absolutely. Electrox says cleared takeoff had that issue as well. Yeah, and they asked me to take numerous videos of the hardware being used, the flight sim screen showing the issue, the control settings, the sensitivity menu to show the twitching, the Windows hardware screen thing as well, all on all that sort of thing. If that makes sense. They've asked you to do they asked me to do so many things. I'm just too busy for most of it, unfortunately, and I don't have the time to do a lot of it. So I ended up being unable to do it. And even then, what they will do is say, okay, we've seen your 15 videos of things. Thank you. We don't know how to fix it. So you need to send it back to us in France. And we need it for about a month. And that's what people are seeing. So they're seeing a lot of troubleshooting and kind of a bit of a goose chase of, you've got to send us videos of this and videos of that to try and diagnose the issue, even though you've told them what the problem is, because it's the same issue that everyone else is having on Reddit and so on and so forth. And then they say, oh, you need to send it to France. Any of the Thrustmaster stuff, French toast. For me, the Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke that I bought with my own money. Or you need to send it to France for it to be sorted out. Well, no. I just need it. I just need a new one. It's broken. Howdy, CT90, welcome. Fanatec, Ian says there, shame Fanatec don't make yokes, their sim racing stuff is excellent, it's expensive but it works. Again, it's like a company that I'm not really familiar with myself. Brian says they will have, Thrustmaster will have your repair for 2 months and repair it between strike action. See, so there you go, it's just stupid. Carlito says he's had to do that himself. He's had to send his Thrustmaster items to France from Montreal in Canada. It's come back and the same issue returned after a month. So they've then sent him instructions on how to clean the sensors himself. No thank you. So he's going to have to live with it for now. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? From a big company like Thrustmaster that you expect quality from, because you see it, all of you guys see it everywhere. Plastered on various full-time paid content creator screens, like bam, Thrustmaster, capital letters in the bottom of the screen, and they're paid monthly or whatever to talk about how great their products are. And you see all of that every day in all of your flight sim content. So you think, naturally, as I did, that that stuff's got to be the best stuff. But it's not. Not a fan of Corsair myself anymore, Electrox. Not when... you remember a little while ago, I had a brand new computer delivered, didn't I? My brand new RTX 4090 and all the rest of it, and then the PSU suddenly started going bang. It's crazy. So I ripped that out, and I've got an MSI power unit now as well, which is very, very good. Can't recommend them enough. Matthew, good morning, mate. Hope you're well. Yeah, basically it's just poor quality, Willie, isn't it, ultimately? Bad builds. Ozzy says he's had Fanatec gear himself, all being good build quality, just the sim racing space is full of competition. Which is good, because it means that it pushes quality up, doesn't it? And keeps prices suppressed. Mostly. Freddie, welcome. Did his first flight with VATSIM yesterday. Congratulations. Your videos were a great help, he says. Struggling to find motivation to hop on again, though, after using my brain that much. Yeah, you know what? It's fine if you give it a day or two. You know, it is full on, isn't it? Like you found out yesterday, you've done all that prep and you've watched my tutorial videos to help you get ready for your first VATSIM flight, and then you've pulled the pin and done it. I bet you, like I was, I remember my first couple of VATSIM flights, actually, for the first few weeks, I finished those flights exhausted because of how much stuff was going on, and the immersion and all of the things I was thinking about, and hoping I said the right thing at the right time and I didn't take too long, all the stuff that goes swirling through your mind. And it took me a few days to kind of get over my first VATSIM flight, so I get it. Have a few days off, do a little bit of buzzing around in the sim, recharge, and then dive back in again. And then you'll find, as Nick says there, it gets easier, and then you'll get less tired, and you'll enjoy it more, and you'll start to relax into it, and you know, it'll just keep your experience of VATSIM will just keep going up and up from today. You've done the hardest bit, Freddie, that first ever flight, so nice one. Just stick with it. Hopefully the flight went well. How did it go? Hopefully it went well. Andrew, are there any companies you like? Just been criticising so many for the last hour and a half. I know. First day back and I'm on one. I'm sorry. Like I said a minute ago, sometimes I'm brutally honest and then I go down the rabbit hole and that's it. I'm just off on one. But I love PMDG, I love Phoenix Simulations, I love WinWing stuff nowadays as well. Fantastic kit. I like the Tobii eye tracker, though I haven't really used that very much these days. So there are companies I do like. Navigraph, love Navigraph. I'd say flybywire A32NX, but it's not really a company, is it? So it doesn't really count. Love Just Flight. Very much looking forward to their Fokker F70 F100. Love their 146. I haven't flown in that for a while, actually. I do need to dust that off and go into that too pretty soon. Yeah, I try and be as neutral as possible with as many companies as possible because I don't want to develop a bias. Yeah, I suppose that's a company as well, isn't it? New Sky. Contrail, I love Contrail. It's like almost, for me in my mind, it's like the Uber of flight sim. Like what? How would you describe Orbex and InnyBuilds and all that kind of stuff? Like a marketplace, isn't it? Like a add-on marketplace. It's like for me, the way I look at Contrail is that they're like the Uber of the flight sim add-on marketplaces. So I love Contrail as well. Matthew says a certain old Long Beach built bird has received an update and now it feels amazing on the ground. Is it the Mad Dog by any chance? Hello Centurio, good morning mate. How are you? We need a Fokker stream soon, Flying Panda says. I know, and a Boeing 727 stream. I know, Orbex have been very quiet on the add-on front, haven't they, Electric Shoulder? I think their bubble has burst somewhat. They started... Oh, you remember Pyre Devco and all that started pulling the plug, didn't they, with Orbex? Because they started to get so big with MSFS that I think they've just... From what I understand, although you won't find many people openly just talking about it or writing about it or the rest of it, but you can gather the gist of it. So I'm just drawing assumptions. This isn't a guaranteed thing, but I feel like, from what I've read, that Orbex were asking too much percentage money kind of stuff from developers like Pyre Devco, and because of that they were getting a bit too greedy. Some developers, big developers, have walked away from Orbex, and that's then caused their bubble to burst somewhat. So I know they've released a few bits lately, like Ridge Creek or something like that. But they've really kind of been... They've kind of just been really quiet lately, haven't they? I don't really know what to take with it all. Who knows? We'll have to see what happens with the new sim coming in. Matthew says he would die on that hill. From a pilot's perspective, the Mad Dog from Leonardo is the best aeroplane in the sim. It's not pretty, but man, it's good. Yeah, and you referred quite a few times before that the system depth of the Leonardo Mad Dog surpasses anything else in the sim. And to be fair, having flown with it a few times, although not for a little while, I do understand where you're coming from. But now, 2 years ago, when I had an email conversation with Leonardo Software House about the development of the Mad Dog for MSFS, they promised patches and fixes to the audio and the textures to bring it in line with the current standard of the newer sim. And 2 years later, I don't even think they've started work on it. So, who knows? Who knows? I don't know. And for me now, it's becoming a little bit too much of a glaring thing of the system depth might be good, but ultimately at £90 they need to sort the sounds out, they need to sort the textures out, because it isn't good enough at that price point. No matter how good the system depth is, it's just not good enough anymore. That's my personal thoughts, and like Willie Canuck says there, that's why you have to give credit to PMDG, Phoenix Simulations, Just Flight. Those developers there are constantly improving their products. They're taking people's feedback on board, and they're trying to solve all of that as best as possible. Ooh, nice. Helimed's landed on stand 553 at Heathrow. Hopefully nothing too serious. No, I remember when Orbex released Orbs, Ian, and everybody got quite excited, but like you said there, they don't really hold any value for many MSFS users. The options available to you for Orbex Orbs are pretty rubbish, and there's a massive emphasis on P3D and X-Plane products. Not very much of decent use for MSFS. And then, like you say there, you compare that to Contrail, who I've got an affiliation link with, so I do get commissioned when you guys use those links and things, which is a nice way of supporting the channel, but it does not... I'm not paid in any way beyond that, the commission, little bits of commission I get from links and things, naturally. But like you're saying there, Contrail will give you a discount on purchases with credits from other purchases, so you do get something back from that, and that's pretty good. And that's what I like about Contrail. They're kind of coming in, they're disrupting that market, because they're giving the options of Orbs, which are worthless to MSFSs, frankly, let's face it, like a few of you are saying now as well. But Contrail are giving you a discount on future purchases, and through a code that I can give you guys, you get a 10% off a one-off order. So they're giving you ways to save money. Haven't used that code yet, Ian. My goodness. It's the same code for everyone. But I've always said it's good if you're going to do those big purchases where you might buy 5, 6, 7 add-ons at once or whatever else, or you just buy a few things now and again and you just want 10% off like an aeroplane, then there's the code in the live chat for you guys via Contrail. And it will get you 10% off your shop. No orbs, just discounts. Actual tangible value. Nick, yeah, hopefully exciting, but again, it's going to be hard without direct comparisons to see how that's going to be, really. But hopefully, it will work a lot better on mid-range PCs. The new sim. Brian says he's really enjoying the Phoenix A319 2021, loving the GSX Pro integration. Very good, isn't it? It just adds that little extra nod to the immersion, especially when things look like they're working together as well. Pretty good. Flying Panther says, I'm loving the MD-11 right now. Just found out that you can even change the fuel type. So he's had to set some fuel that won't freeze because he's so high up. Epic. Matthew's there, so it applies his real-world experience there as a pilot, as he's had to keep track of the 3 most recent fuel types used in the 767 to determine the freezing points for each flight, especially as we flew into military bases. You would get some strange types of jet fuel. Wasp, that is a one-time use code for everybody though, so you can use it, Ryan can use it, Ian can use it, Nick can use it, but you can only use it one time. So if you're going to buy like an aeroplane, you know, the FSS 727 for example, which is available via that link in Contrail, then you can use that code and it will get you 10% off that add-on, which is pretty cool. Very nice, MPS. Enjoy your tea and sandwich. I've got a little bowl of pistachios in front of me. I've eaten so many pistachios while I've been abroad. I do love a pistachio. Ryan, no, so a lot of developers have all come out and said that they will support and patch upgrades for free for the new sim. Not all of them have said that. Maybe we should compile a list of the ones who have. That might take a bit of time, but that would be good to do, I think. That would help us kind of work out who has said they have and who haven't said anything, perhaps. But I don't know where we'd start with creating that list. Nice. You can get yourself a McFlurry and have change with that LJC. No worries, Wasp. That code is exclusive to this channel as well, but you know, feel free to share that code around the internet, on Reddit, or whatever else. Doesn't stop everybody can use that code. People are always buying add-ons, and if we can save a little bit of money here and there, then hey, why not? Nick, that's a really good question. What have we got at the moment? Flybywire A32NX, so that's freeware, so I suppose it doesn't really count. Airbus A300 for mini builds, Phoenix A319 2021. You know what, I would say does it count? I'm not sure. The Phoenix A320, sorry, the A319, but for that you would need the Phoenix A320 because the 1921 expansion pack. The 321 I love, but there's still a little bit of weirdness on the touchdown. But the A319 just feels like it's so perfect. I think that, in my opinion, is hands down the best. And it's odd because I never thought I would like the A319 because it's dinky. I like the longer, bigger jets. They're a little bit more neat, a bit more tricky to handle, like for rotations and touchdowns, for tail strikes. That's the little bits of challenge I like on every flight. So I always thought, for me, the A321 would blow me away and that would be it. But I flew that A319 a few weeks ago, not long after the launch. So impressive. And I need to get back into that, to be fair, actually. It just feels so finessed. So for me, that would be, hands down, the best Airbus in the sim at the moment. And then the A320, A321 are pretty much as good as well. So any of the Phoenix A320 series, really, as Bob's Kingdom has said, that would be what I would say. And that's the great thing with the 319. It can be a bit of a bugger to configure, King Bob. Yeah, it's beautiful cloud formation. We've had some very high level clouds today, Willie, to be fair. Flying back. Matthew says spot on. He was slamming the A321 down most of last week. Couldn't figure out why. Eventually realised I was using the MSFS flare in it. The A319 is spot on. Completely two-story. Matthew flies Airbus A320 series in real life, folks. He knows what he's talking about. Taught me many a thing, which I massively appreciate. Yeah, I would say it's very, very, very close. Like 0.2% kind of difference in it, but for me the best Airbus you can get would be the Phoenix Simulation A319, A320 number 2 from Phoenix Simulation, and the Phoenix Simulation A321 number 3, and there's literally like 0.1% difference in how they are ranking between 1, 2 and 3, so they're pretty much all the same, they're all as good, but just a little bit of weirdness with the touchdown with the A321. The A319 just seems incredible. The A321 feels like, you know, I think that's what Matthew refers to, really. If you just flare a little bit, I was going to say too properly then, but it doesn't really make sense. But hopefully that does make sense. I don't know how else to describe it. Then the A321 will just float forever, or balloon. Whereas the A319, you can do that little pitch input for the flare, just to set pitch for the flare, and it does it, bang on, perfect, looks beautiful. .27 still in use then, Badger. Looking at the metal there, thank you, mate. Overcast at 3,800 for the weather there at Heathrow. I'd be interested to try that out then, King Bob's Kingdom, see if they have actually solved the A321 flare issue. Is the one thing that I want them to solve with that. What's the word on the sharklets from Phoenix Simulations? Is there any update on that? Because obviously I've been away for almost 3 weeks now from the sim. Lost track of a lot of things. I did ask it earlier on, but the chats, I think if somebody did answer, apologies, I might have missed it. Do let me know. Is there much chat about the sharklets with the Phoenix Simulation at the moment? No time frame. Okay, fair enough. Radio silent. So 2026 then, Centurio. Perfect, Matthew. Even more tricky. Even better for flight sim. Matthew's order of easiest to hardest to land smoothly in real life. The A321IAE powered Sharklet is the best, the easiest to land, followed by the A321 CFMs, the A321 IAEs, the A319 IAEs, then the A319 CFMs, A321neo, A320 IAE, and then the worst to land for the Airbus series, the A320 CFM. Interesting. It's interesting that the A321 IAE Sharklet is the easiest to handle and land smoothly. But without the Sharklet, that then drops to number 3, and the A321 CFM with the wing fences, the old school wings, is slightly easier for you to land smoothly in real life. I think the pricing for the new sim's pretty good, LJC. Initially I thought, how much? And that was my response in Discord, but Ashley pointed out, because I'd actually forgotten, after how many, however it was like 4 years now we've had Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's basically the same price with a couple of extra quid put on top. I think that's pretty good. So, having had that pointed out to me, having had a reminder of how much the sim actually cost originally, for MSFS 2020, I'm actually quite impressed with the pricing for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. For me, I haven't pre-ordered it, like I said at the start, not yet anyway, but I will be most likely pre-ordering Premium Deluxe. Collector's Edition, pointless waste of money. You don't need a little holdall with a Antonov 225 model for 200 or 300 quid, whatever it is. Crazy like money. Get Premium Deluxe, and then use the rest of that money that you otherwise would have purchased for the collector's edition from Aerosoft with the silly bag and things and the stickers. Use that to buy add-ons and aircraft and things. There's a no-brainer. I don't know, each to their own. Some people want the bag and the stickers and the Antonov 225. I don't understand why, but some people do. I'll be buying it through the Microsoft Store, Volcom, or Xbox Store, whatever it's called these days. The Saab, I think somebody dug it out earlier, Electrox. I think they said it was Carenado, which then makes me think it's just going to be average. We'll find out, I suppose, nearer the time. Not yet implemented. Boo! I just thought, you know what, I wonder what if we can step climb, if we're going to save fuel and things, get out of this kind of ridge of cloud here, but it's not implemented in the A32NX. It's crazy. I thought it would have been by now. This is the development version. Sanket. You have to override the cruise alt. But how do I know what fuel saving I might or might not have? Basically, you don't know. can kind of do RNAV. It doesn't do like the final approach mode like the Phoenix Simulations A320 series does, with quite a bit of finesse. And it can do some basic kind of VOR approaches and things, but yeah. It does, yeah, Willie. I agree. The PMDG's implementation of step climbs is just phenomenal, isn't it? It's very, very nice.
Innsbruck traffic, taxiing to holding point.
Innsbruck? Yeah, buddy. It's going to be down there somewhere. I guess you see like little ridges of the mountains underneath. I did think we were going to be zipping over Austria at some point. Where are we? Yeah, it's down there underneath that cloud. So we won't see Innsbruck. Not really taking many screenshots today, oddly enough, but we're just enjoying the kind of side views. Luke, welcome, mate. Can anyone do a turnaround in the ATR for me, as the FMC just seems bugged and doesn't clear, so I have to reload? I'll be honest, I've not flown the ATR for a little while, but as Ian says, I think there is an update coming at some point this week to the ATR, and I believe the CRJ as well, isn't there, from Aerosoft? Centurio says he's very interested to see how the PC-12NGX and the PC-24 end up. For obvious reasons, yes, because you fly them. Yeah, the 777 route offset functionality, Willie, is perfect. I haven't used it enough, but just an insanely good bit of kit. And things like across the pond, whether it be for the big events, across the pond, across the land, or just for oceanic hopping and overtakes of aircraft on oceanic nat tracks and things like that, the offset routes are so useful. And the way PMDG have implemented that into the 777-300ER is just perfect. It's so good. Afternoon, Darren. Hope you're well. Sadcare, no, there's stuff happening in the background. I can't really talk about it too much, but there is stuff going on with PMDG 777, freighter, and all that kind of stuff. I don't think we'll be waiting too long for it, but yeah, very exciting when that does come. Hopefully, I'll be able to bring you guys some content with that. Puppy permitting, of course. Dark Edits. Ben Aviates, nice one. How's it all going? Welcome. King Bob's Kingdom, yeah, the Airbus is with the flybywire system. Certainly the way the Phoenix Simulations A320 series handles, very, very nice to hand fly. And if you guys just take off and whack autopilot on, then you're kind of missing out on some of the wonderful coding and the way they've actually created this Airbus, the Phoenix Simulations Airbus system in the sim, because it is wonderful. It's really, really impressive. So give it a go. Next time you fly the Phoenix A319 or their A320 or their A321, take off and try and fly a SID to the flight director, but by hand, and see how you feel, see how you get on. Matthew says there, with rudder dampening yes, but SDS no. Luke says, sad you didn't get an invite to the 2024 preview event in the Grand Canyon. Would have loved to have heard your honest opinions rather than just the influencers. I should read stuff out before I just say it. No, I appreciate it. I'm sad I didn't get an invite as well. but it is what it is. Maybe I've been too brutally honest and upset some developers, I don't know. Or they've just identified the full-time content creators, all the big names that do it every day and they're sponsored and there's big money involved and all that kind of stuff. They've made sure they're involved, and they've then looked at the cross-section around the world of content creators and kind of picked people from different things and just gone, you know what, yeah, I don't know. Either way, it's not my decision to make anyway, so. I would have loved to have gone, for what it's worth. Pedro, everything's basically on Ultra, mate. But I've got an RTX 4090, 64GB of DDR5 RAM, all that stuff. It's very, very good. It's a big old system, so. Brian, no. Pretty much plug and play, to be totally honest. I can't recommend the WinWing FCU enough, but obviously if you want the WinWing EFIS, you're going to need to get the WinWing FCU because it kind of plugs into it, from what I gather. But we'll find out more about that in October. That's all I can really say. Yeah, to be honest, Wasps, I don't watch any content creators anymore with flight sim stuff. I used to watch some, and I just got frustrated with elements of bias and things that then came out. You kind of dug around the marketing stuff. I just thought, you know what, I'm not interested. So I don't watch anyone else anymore because I just found myself getting a little bit frustrated with some people were pulling the punches because they didn't want, I don't really know how to explain it. Some people would pull the punches of a criticism in order to not upset a developer because they wanted to keep getting the free stuff or get paid for things, or keep their sponsorships, and they would pull the punches rather than just talk and be brutally honest about stuff. Yeah, very respected guy, Canadian Flight Simmer, from what I understand, but again, if he doesn't use Microsoft Flight Simulator very much, how has he ended up with an invite? Just odd. Perhaps he went to FS Expo, and that might be the key. I've got TAA on Pedro, and I'm using, I'm using DirectX 12. It's been a while I've checked, so I can't do it at the moment because I'm flying on VATSIM. And it will cause issues with spacing and everything else with the aeroplanes behind. But I think from memory I've gone back onto DirectX 12. TAA, and the anti-aliasing I think is on like 16 times, whatever the maximum is. Brandon says, am I excited for the Unibuild's A350 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? I am, yeah. The A350 for me is one of my favourite aircraft, so I'm very, very excited for all of that stuff. I don't know. Their aircraft in the sim have been a bit lacking for me, beyond all of the hype from paid content creators like LC, being spoken about in the chat, who just hype on about how amazing Unibuilds is, but actually I've found their A300 and things a little bit lacking, and the bugs initially were okay to deal with, but then they've got so frustrating to get around. Like you guys remember a little while ago, the auto throttle bug. After takeoff it did some weird stuff and caused all manner of problems and all the rest of it. Then I've ended up kind of losing the buzz for it, and I've found that it's meant that I'm not as excited as for the A350 than I think I would like to have been. So I don't know. I think we're going to have to hold judgment, and I'll have to wait and see. But will I get a preview version? Probably not, because I've been a bit critical of some of their products. And I've found that recently the door has been shut. So yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. But I am excited for the A350. But I'm not as excited as I'd like to be. Hopefully that maybe explains it the best way. Their products could be a lot better. Carson, welcome. I love the honesty, keep it up. Yeah, there's not enough of it, I don't think. And then it makes me sound like I'm just being overly negative all the time, which I then get in my own head about. So, if you're watching and you're thinking, my God, this guy goes on and on, I apologise. Ever fancied VR CT90? No. Well, yes, I have actually. I've been in conversation with Pimax, who are pushing their Crystal thing at the moment. Their VR headset's £1,500. Everyone was using it at the preview event, from what I've been told. They've been offering me the chance to use their Crystal for about 6 months, maybe even longer than that actually, I think. Yeah, I think maybe a little longer than that, to be honest. But it's a bit weird. They won't give me... They've offered me the review copy, but they won't just send it to me. They said that they would send it to me on a 2-week loan, at which point I had to wait for somebody in another country in the UK to finish with it, for it to be sent back to them so they could send it to me for 2 weeks, and I'd have to then send it back to them. And I've had a good discussion with them. I've basically said, look, you are trying to get people, content creators, who you'll have all seen do the Pimax Crystal reviews and go like, this is amazing, that's great. But this bit of kit is £1,500, and not many people in the community can justify that. So you've either got to send it to me for a longer period of time, other than just 2 weeks, and I would also like to see some of their much cheaper VR headsets, so that I can work out what the affordable stuff is like first, before I then also compare that against their top line, premium level, £1,500 Crystal Pimax VR headset. And because of that, it's kind of fizzled out. They don't really want to send any of the budget, more affordable VR headsets, understandably, because their Pimax Crystal is their flagship product. But then they will only allow me to have it for what they've now flexed to 1 month to review it for, before I have to then send it back to them, which I'm fine with. But I would rather, the sheer price of that, I'd rather also be able to check against one of their cheaper, more affordable units, and then do a comparison between the two and work out whether it's worth £1,500 compared to a unit that might say be 500 quid.
I'm the same boat. Any plane quality is mid-tier.
Yeah, AJ Finani, I would agree. Yeah, I would say AnyBuild's aeroplane quality is akin to kind of like Aerosoft CRJ and all that sort of stuff. Oh, it does, doesn't it, Willie? Yeah. Just Flight's 146 has developed really nicely over the last couple of years, and they've done some good work with it, with the kind of more modern FMS upgrades and all that sort of stuff. And you can kind of see from that development how the Avro RJ might have been going in the background behind the scenes. And then over the last few weeks, they've started to tickle in previews of the sounds and all of that, and it just sounds phenomenal. And I'm like you are there. That's probably one of the biggest aeroplanes I'm looking forward to in the next couple of months, the Avro RJ from Just Flight. You could do some really cool stuff with that jet, and the sounds look like they're potentially some of the best sounds in flight sim. Rab's looking forward to that as well. You love the 146 anyway, Rab. Oh, is that Lursu already, the waypoint? That's going to be the edge of German airspace in 160 nautical miles. So starting to close in on Heathrow. Done pretty good. We spoke about so much today. We've moaned about many things. Well, I've learnt about a number of things. And we've praised a few things. I think that's balanced enough. I can end there happily. Oh dear. I swear, developers must watch this channel sometimes and think, my god, this guy just moans about everything, but I promise I don't. Aussie SimGeek says he's had a HP Reverb G2 VR headset. The issue was trying to write things down for VATSIM and then using buttons as hard work. So he uses triple screens. Oof. Aerosoft Mega Bear, yeah, Aerosoft Frankfurt I love. I think it's fantastic. It's the perfect balance between performance, detail, complexity, size, price. They've got that balance really nice with their scenery there. Their Oslo's very good as well. And their Brussels, chef's kiss. Right, what have we got going on at Heathrow? We've already had, it's 3 o'clock now, so we should have had, yeah, the runway switch. 27 left, Logan 2 hotel arrival via Lambourne, and we're going to be doing the ILS 27 left, like we've already kind of discussed. Dino, welcome. Just sort out the maps on Navigraph. Right. We've still got about an hour and a bit to go. There we are, waypoint Babeg, up towards Lursu, which is there. That's the edge of German airspace. We're heading out Langen radar airspace into Brussels radar, and then over the channel towards waypoint Logan there. So, ignore all of this. We're not doing that. We're going to be flying in kind of about this direction like that into waypoint Logan, which is there, and we need to be level at Logan, flight level 250, and at 250 we're still going to be maintaining some decent speed, but you'll see there maximum 240 knots between flight level 150 and flight level 410. So Logan at 250, we have to have a maximum speed of 240 knots there. And then we're going to head inbound west 264 degrees down to Sabre flight level 160. The speed will start to creep down a little bit by Lambourne as we continue the descent through Sabre down to Lambourne flight level 70, maximum speed 220 knots. Now from there, we need to get the other charts out now. There's some additional charts. That one, which I have to pin separately. So we'll leave Lambourne heading 272 degrees, and with that we'll then route round like so. Depends on what's happening really. I think currently we've got Heathrow Director online, so we might get vectors, we might get coming over London City for example, like that. Or we might have leave Lambourne heading 240 degrees, and then south 180 degrees, and then intercept. We'll just have to be flexible with the approach, but otherwise we'll follow the charts. 272 degrees, still at 7,000, then beginning the descent down in the turn out of Bovingdon, radial 126 degrees outbound, stepping down from 6,000 to 3,000 feet for the ILS. And as we mentioned before, it's 27 left, so we'll pass Concorde on the touchdown, and we'll be shooting this approach here. Minimums, we've got, I'll do Cat 2 ILS or so. In fact, no, what's the weather like? Overcast 3,400. I could figure for that one, just a basic Cat 1 ILS. And we'll hand fly the last little bit. Because I like to do that. And actually, we also want config 3, because that's the ops stuff at Heathrow for BA. So we'll land flap 3 into London Heathrow today. And we're a little bit early, but we can pop in some of this data and just tweak it as necessary. 260 at 11. UNH 1004, that's very low, so we might get transition level of flight level 75 instead. And then Heathrow arrival, ILS 27 left. Logan 2 Hotel, Lambourne, insert. Bingo. I think you're right actually. Let's have a quick check, Ian. I think you might have spotted that. They're out of practice, obviously. Yeah, I think you're right, mate. That's max 240 knots for the hold. We'll be blasting past Logan at 290 knots then. Good spot. Thank you. And you'll see there, it hasn't auto-tuned that yet, but we'll have to monitor that as we get a bit closer. If it's not got in the box, we'll just pop the ILS frequency in and the inbound course manually if not. Rab's just approaching Liège. Ah, that's a good point actually, Ian. That merges on. At Lursu, isn't it? So, what have we got here? Pedro might slot in behind French Toast by the looks of it, and Badger's nice and far ahead. So, it looks pretty good actually, spacing wise. Joe and Scott might converge at the same time, that might be a slight problem. But otherwise, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Abby says we need a jet to stream to Larnaca. We've got scenery for Larnaca, I can't remember. Darren, I haven't, not for a few weeks anyway, I saw him at work a little while ago, but no, not flying real world anymore, he's not. I don't think he's really flying in the sim that much either anymore, sadly. Andrew, just all default graphics. I don't put any filters on in it, any of it. I try not to fiddle with any of that kind of stuff. I don't do any of the photogrammetry mods or anything like that either. It's just default MSFS looking as good as it does. There's a lot of Jet 2 flights in and out of Paphos. Not Paphos, Rhodes. I don't need the GPWS flat 3 mode yet, just remind me when I get closer. Getting way too far ahead of myself. We got there, 240 miles to top of descent. TTNR was weird. When we flew home from Rhodes the other day, it has the flight out was an A320neo that had Wi-Fi on board, which was amazing, and we actually got free basic messaging, so I could use WhatsApp on the flight, which is pretty cool. So I was WhatsApping people, going, "I'm on a plane," with free Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff. That was really quite a weird experience, but nice to have done once at least. And then on the way home, this one, November Romeo, this aircraft had slightly different overhead bins for the bags in the cabin. They were like an extra spacious version, but it meant there was like weird panelling exposed down the right hand side of the aircraft, little bits here and there, and no Wi-Fi on board, which is odd. But I was looking forward to taking some pictures and sending them to people on WhatsApp again, going, "I'm on a plane, look." But it was odd. BA were doing free Wi-Fi if you were an executive club member. So even if you were just a blue executive club member, you could have free Wi-Fi on board for things like WhatsApp. And if you wanted to then, like, you know, surf the web and watch a video or whatever else, you'd have to pay for a package that would allow you to have the speed of the Wi-Fi that allowed you to do that. But it was quite a cool little thing to have nevertheless. Got a whole load of puppy goods about to be delivered, I think, so if my door does go, I'll have to quickly run downstairs and grab the packages from Mr. Amazon Delivery. Let's have a little look. Is it for me? Oh no, it's not. Oh, 8 stops away, that's one. Aaron, the resolution inside the aeroplane is very bad. I'm not sure what to suggest there, except for maybe DLSS, because that makes things look quite grainy and blurry for a lot of people. So maybe try TAA and put your preset on high for your settings, and then just try TAA and see what happens instead of DLSS. I don't use DLSS because, as Rab says, TAA for me is a lot better. It stops things being quite blurry. Blind Panda, yeah, you're in the queue to start training, aren't you, for Edmonton, VATSIM, Canada? I do keep thinking about making a transfer switch. But the problem is, I think David mentioned it a while ago as well in the previous stream a few weeks back, that the training times in VATSIM Canada are very late. So it's got to be like almost midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning that in the UK for you to have a training session with people in VATSIM Canada, and it's just a bit too late for me. I don't fancy justifying staying up to the early hours to my other half. Why are you staying up to midnight? Oh, I've got some people in Canada that are going to teach me how to be an air traffic controller on VATSIM. I don't think it will go down too well. Lampard says there's a trainer in Vancouver that's from Scandinavia. Might be quite limited though if I get one. And I don't know if you can just request a specific person though, right? LJC is about to start his S2 with VATSIM Scandinavia. Have you only just recently done S1 as well? And how have you found all of that? I would very much love to do VATSIM Scandinavia, to be fair. Not so much Oslo, but I'd love to do like Tromsø and you know, Bergen and those kind of beautiful fjord coastal airports for controlling. Ian says, have I tried the reservation of a gate on VATSIM UK? No. Is it a trial still though, or? Oh, I'm on it now, actually. Ooh. Let me show you guys this. It does, again, it requires preparation and stuff, but based on your flight plan, we recommend requesting one of the following stands. Which one did we park at London Hounslow? I'm going to try and find the stand that we used, like specifically. Why am I missing Terminal 5A on the charts? That's bizarre. Oh, there we go. Parking stands continued. 508. Although we were supposed to do 512, but I'll do 508. This stand is currently available. The chuffing happening with the jet. It's a horribly vicious change of weather. Oh, what's our arrival time in Z? 15:53. $15:55. Done. You must relinquish this one to request a different stand. That's quite cool. That's quite new, isn't it? I've not seen that before. I have to use that more often when you're flying on VATSIM then, to request specific stands and things. LJC says, yeah, VATSIM Scandinavia, fantastic. You can get request English mentors. Basically, you get assigned one mentor per person. You waited around 4 months for his S1. And once you pass, all you need is 50 hours of S1 to request S2. How does transferring work though for them? Bergen is the training airport. What a beautiful training airport that is as well. Evness as well, Brian suggests there. That contrail there, Ab, must have been the that horrible, vicious weather change that we had a second ago. There, shook our aeroplane around like anything as well. There's one of the guys on the merging route. So we're crossing into Lursu together. Let's see if we can get a screenshot of him. There he is. Lovely. Sam says, now you've requested a stand, can you pre-program GSX? I don't know. But I probably wouldn't do it this far out. You can do it on approach. That is... not on my Volanta. I don't know who that is. Wasp, if you've got questions about air traffic control training on Discord, don't DM me, because I get horrendous amounts of DMs from people just going, hello. I try and leave DMs open to just developers. So just use my Discord server. There's a VATSIM controller chat in there, in our Discord server, and you can get lots of advice. You can talk about whether you're online. If you are controlling, you put your online there, so you can get people flying into and out of it with Osprey and various other airlines, and ask some questions in there. And myself, LJC, any of the controllers that are on VATSIM across the world will try and answer your questions there and help. And David says same in Canada as well for VATSIM Canada. Once you have an instructor, it's up to you how fast you progress through to C1. That's pretty cool, Brian. Gate 220 at Heathrow with the GSX profile, you actually see the passengers walk to and from the gate. Now we're using New Sky to track our flight today, which is what we use for our virtual airline. There's the kind of program thing there in the background working away. With the loads that we've got, we're very light, so we're probably going to have a bit of a loss today. If not, maybe we'll break even on the flight because we get that profit score thing at the way we get the score, but we also get a profit loss kind of figure given to us as well. Yeah, it's been a bit of a step change in quality, to be fair, MPS recently with VATSIM. All we can do really is try and point people in the right direction for learning, because it's aviate, educate, communicate, I think is the kind of slogan for VATSIM. I'd have to check now, I can't remember, it's been so long. Aviate, educate, communicate, must be. That's their little tagline, isn't it, I think. So all we can do is try and emphasise the education side of things and just help people improve when they're making mistakes. So that's where people, and it happens now quite regularly still, getting people pointing other people in the direction of my tutorial videos, which I'm forever grateful for. I'm glad they're being so, they're being found to be so helpful. But all we can do is just try and help them do better, I guess. But it will never solve the problem, ultimately, because some people will still want to dive in and you know, just blast about and have a bit more of a casual, slightly immersive experience on VATSIM, and you'll never stop that. Yeah, some do forget that, don't they, Delta Tango? They start shouting about people and things for making simple mistakes when pilots might actually be trying really hard to do the right thing. They're just making mistakes because they're new. You get one or two controllers sometimes that'll just kick off, but everyone has a bad day, I guess. Nick, that's great to hear. And are you flying on VATSIM quite regularly now? What's my favourite aircraft, Baker? Is that in Microsoft Flight Simulator or in real life? I think for me, my favourite aircraft in MSFS at the moment is the PMDG 777-300ER. And that's snapping at its heels, the Phoenix A320 series. The A319 and A321 for me. Hard to work out and distinguish which one I prefer the most. The A319 does slightly pip it for me, but My absolute favourite at the moment, PMDG 777-300ER, and then literally snapping at its heels the A319 and the A321. Information Alpha, welcome. How you doing? Did you make it to Phoenix, Arizona, or wherever it was that some people got invited to? Yeah, Brian, you know what? You could just, if you wanted to, if you felt like you wanted to, you could just give it a go. Give it a whirl for a flight, see how you get on. And you've always got, say, intentions or beyond ATC to fall back on, naturally. Oh no, PMDG 737-800 for me is number 3. And that would be snapping at the heels of the A319 and A321. But we weren't doing a top 3. I suppose it's top 4, isn't it? But joint second would be the A319, A321. You can't really separate them anyway. They're in the same product pack. Chuck, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. From Alien, good to see you. Yeah, fair enough. The next 777 variant, Brian, is the 200 freighter, isn't it, I think? I can't recommend the 777 enough, Nick, but the question is really if you want the 777-300ER or if you wanted to wait for a specific variant that's not yet out, like 200 freighter or the 200 LR, whatever it might be that they're bringing out over the next few months. We need to do a flight with Beyond ATC and check out all of the latest stuff with that as well, because that's been updated quite significantly from what I understand over the last few days. While I've been away, I've heard people talking about traffic injection and things like that. Ooh, that reminds me. Those of you in our members lounge, in our Discord server, we spoke before I went away about really pushing and trying over many months to allow FSLTL to expand on the Osprey Airways offering, so we can offer a much more diverse selection of, and a much more inclusive selection of model matching for those of you on VATSIM that might not own every aeroplane that Osprey Airways, our channel's virtual airline, operates, but we spoke about it quite a bit at length, and we've actually now made more headway. The project has started. So currently, some of the aeroplanes for FSLTL are the ones that we haven't already got in FSLTL for Osprey Airways are being painted by our good friend Tapsy. It's going to take months, but we're looking at trying to create an Osprey Airways aeroplane for everything. So no matter what comes out, no matter what sim, if it's an aircraft in FSLTL that's an airliner, we're hoping we can get a livery done so that we are the most inclusive, most awesome virtual airline in flight sim history. But it will take a few months, and naturally, obviously, in that time, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 would have been released as well, so hopefully that'll all get ported across quite effortlessly as well. Time will tell. LJC says, what are my thoughts with the new career mode in the new sim, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, that is. LJC says there he personally doesn't like how you need to pass tests and use a skills tree before you can get to the more commercial side of things. I can see why they've done it. When you look at the way the Xbox side of it has developed, they're wanting more people on Xbox, I think, to have that career mode. And therefore keep pursuing things in the sim. Naturally, that will then translate into, no doubt, some marketplace sales for Xbox users and all that kind of thing as well. And I think what they're trying to do is engage that Xbox community, which is vastly superior, let's face it, in number to those of us on PC now. That's massively overtaken how many people fly on a flight sim on PC by quite a margin, from what I gather. So all that kind of career mode stuff is very much, I believe, aimed at them. But it's nice to have that as an option anyway. Because not all of the PC flight simmers want to fly on VATSIM. They might want to do the career mode instead and kind of treat it more as a game, and they build the skills and all the rest of it. Information now for what Any Builds MSFS 2024 aircraft am I intrigued about the most? I love the A400M, so I'm intrigued about that the most, I think. I love that, Brian. I'm Brian's Beyond ATC co-pilot for him. For those of you who don't know, I'm one of the kind of voices in Beyond ATC. I'm one of the premium voices. So a bit quirky. I had good fun actually. I had quite a bit of fun reading the scripts and things to train the speech thing in Beyond ATC. Miltech simulations are doing the C-17, I think, information alpha. That's the one I'm really looking forward to the most, if I'm really honest. The Miltech simulations made C-17 for MSFS 2024. That I'm so excited about. Having flown, I've flown in one, Bryce Norton. I think it was ZZ106. Phenomenal aircraft. Absolutely phenomenal aircraft. So that I want to do. And I want to recreate a flight that they did out of Bryce. And they put a... what was it they put in the back of it? I think it was like a Black Hawk or something like that. And they flew it into RAF Cosford. Which, let me just see if there's a... is it EGXE? No, EGXC? No. EDWC. Ah, there's no... hold on. Let me just get this up. Boink. Look how tiny the runway is. 1,097 metres. And it's only about 30 metres wide. And the C-17 landed on 06. I was stood over there, in that little bit there. The C-17 carrying this like Black Hawk thing, I think it was delivering. I'd have to dig out the pictures, I can't quite remember now. But it touched down, used 3/4 of the runway to stop. It then used reverse thrust to reverse all the way back to the threshold, where it then shut down. It delivered it delivered the Black Hawk. We then spent a little while like crawling around it and having a good old exploration of it. And then we went all the way back to kind of the hold point over here by the top of the grass runway. And this is when I was flying the Vigilance. It then took off the most sporty departure in about 500-600 metres. I've never seen anything like it. And it then took off and went back to Bryce. It's just insane. This tiny little airport and this massive aeroplane that touched down in it. It's just... let me just get it up here on the charts. There we go. Right. I think all that chat. I don't think I had the actual charts on. This tiny little runway. Look, 1,097 metres. I was stood up there. Watched it land on 06. It was just... I've never seen anything like it. So I got so excited talking about that story because we were talking about the C-17. It came back in my head that I forgot to show you guys the charts as I was talking about it. Whoops. What were they dropping off? I'm gonna have to have a little look now because I'm curious to probe my memory. Photos. We got albums. C-17. This can't be. That's the 99 squadron flight that I did. That's an Apache. That's Cyprus. I just want the picture of the. Where is it gone? That's James May. Oh, it might have been a Sea King that it dropped off actually. Got some pictures of a Sea King there. I'll have to go back many years. It might have been a Sea King, you know, when they got retired. I think one might have been delivered to the ZZ176 is the one that I had a good old flight in. Spent an entire day with 99 Squadron. It was bloody brilliant. There it is. Right, what was it? Oh, I don't even know what it's delivering. It's just pictures of us stood next to it. I reckon it was a Sea King. It seems to make sense. When was it? Oh, I've just closed the thing. Many years ago. 2008 or 2009? I'll try and find that album again. Hold on. It won't take me long because I've just loaded it up anyway. It's further back than I realised. When was it? 15 years ago. Oh my god. Makes me feel old. Yeah, 15 years ago, Neil. Chuck says he'd like a nice KC-135 to fly to Milwaukee and been on a couple of E2 refueling flights, and that'd be cool to try and recreate. It would, like Delta Tango says, it would be very cool if we could have some sort of refueling type operations in use for that. It was information alpha, yeah. I was flying a Vigilant. Someone where I live at the moment, they were like, oh, some of the kids are becoming little scrotes around here. And they've basically gone, oh, I need to get my kids at some sort of kids club, what can you recommend? And some people are like, oh, you could go and join the coffee making brigade, whatever it might be. You know, people are just, they've suggested silly things. And then I've come in there and gone, look, how about you go to this other town and there's an air training corps or an air cadet organisation squadron there. Little scratch, yeah. There's an air cadet organisation there. I can't recommend them highly enough. They'll teach discipline, respect, courtesy, confidence. They'll teach them decent skills, all that kind of thing. poo-pooed the thing, just ignored it. So they're probably doing, I don't know, probably sticking chewing gum underneath a seat in a bus stop somewhere instead. But I can't recommend the Air Cadets enough. It just, part of me thinks maybe I should try and volunteer again. I loved it. It was so good. Taught me a lot. Kept me on the straight and narrow growing up, actually, if I'm really honest. Nice information alpha. Whereabouts, if you don't mind me asking? Feel free to DM me though if you don't want to put it in the chat naturally. And that'd be on the Vikings, right? Just the winch launch gliders. If you end up joining a VGS. Jeremiah, I won't be able to use it at 3 o'clock, unfortunately, because you'll be using it probably about 30 minutes beforehand, so... Jesus. Actually... Yes. That's... yeah, that's weird. That's the first time I've ever had to report something for that. David says he did 12 years as staff, and that was enough. See, that's the thing, I did most of my time, 13 to the age of 18, as an air cadet, and then I did 2 and a bit years as, was it 2 and a bit years? About 2 years as staff at the VGS. But I did the staff thing directly through the VGS that I was already flying at, so I didn't go to a local squadron as staff. I stayed on as a civilian gliding instructor in the VGS instead, and it meant that my experience probably for volunteering as staff was very different to that of a local squadron. But I think if I did do it, I'd probably want to do the volunteer reserve stuff and get some sort of commission. I don't know. I don't know how it works. It's probably a very different organisation now as well, sadly. 15 miles to top of descent, what we got. So that's going to be the same. We've already briefed the arrival.
Traffic good 811, heading for level 160 for arrival traffic.
(128.08).
Clouds broken at 3,100 feet, clouds overcast at 4,100 feet, temperature +16, dew point +9, QNH 1004 hectopascals. Acknowledge receipt of information Charlie and advise aircraft type and series on first contact with Heathrow.
Wait for it to restart.
This is Heathrow Airport information Charlie at time 1450 Zulu. Automatic. Arrival runway 27 left. Departure runway 27 right. Transition level. Flight level 75. Data link clearances are available.
That's what we guessed. It was the QNH.
Heathrow Airport information Charlie at time 1450 Zulu. Automatic. Arrival runway 27 left. Departure runway 27 right. Transition level. Flight level 75. Delivery and ground closed. Start and taxi contact tower on 118.505. Data link clearances are available. Surface wind 280 degrees 10 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Clouds broken at 3,100 feet. Clouds overcast at 4,100 feet. Temperature +16. Dew point +9. QNH 1004 hectopascal.
16,
Acknowledge receipt of
280.
information Charlie and advise aircraft
10.
type and series on first contact with Heathrow.
Done. Let's get rid of that so we don't have to listen to it. 2.5. That's good. Top descent reached. Ah, chuffing it. Got so sidetracked then. No, wrong button. Chuffing neck. 250. Don't want flight control replay. I just need to refresh the stream because that weird unhinged spam has actually crashed my live chat on my Chrome. So give me 2 seconds. Hopefully the stream won't crash, but I'm just going to come out of my YouTube client and go back in. Just need to refresh the top chat. There we go, that's better. Looking to commission next year information alpha. Yeah, message me how it works. I'm interested to read. Oh my Gideon! It's a bit of speed brake then. I need to get a bit of separation out. Okay, the chat's back. Look at that. Flybywire's TCAS thing kicking in now. So I'm going to have to vector because I need to get away from this. I've been undertaken, even though I've got technically right of way above. Let's just get around. We've got Heathrow approach 1973. Just trying to sort out a few bits here. Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Speedbird 25 Bravos. We've got Charlie on board, A320neo. Level 290, descending 250 Logan. I've just gone heading 310 degrees for traffic.
25 Bravo, Director, hello, Roger, squawk 7502.
7502, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
Director, Speedbird 891, you will send me pilot 160, copy 240. 2891, Heathrow Director, hello, 10, flight level 100. 10 level, flight level 100, Speedbird 891. Speedbird 891, squawk 4714.
Oh, now I can't go back to Logan.
4714, Speedbird 891.
Need vectors. I might turn back to Logan. See what it says.
Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Ask up to 205, put in logging, send it 250.
Ask up to 205, Heathrow Director, hello, Roger, descend, flight level 250.
In the way.
250, ask up to 205.
215, yeah, 10 right wing 240 degrees to establish.
Jet there.
Temporary Victor, no ATC speed restriction, contact Heathrow Tower 118.505. Okay.
Heathrow Direct, very good afternoon, operate 2472, inbound Logan, sending through flight level 280.
Any aircraft on the Logan track, just stand by, but I'm going to transect this one. 28901, descend flight level 100, speed 250 knots. Flight level 100, speed 250 knots, another one.
Bless him, he's proper maxed out now.
Speedbird 255, stop descent flight level 240.
Loco, stop descent 240, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
I've got this one. Osprey 458, stop descent now please.
Spacing's not great.
Osprey 2472, descent flight level 260.
260, Osprey 2472.
So he is 4 miles ahead now. ILL 1095 269. God, where did that aeroplane come from? Speed brakes back in, 260, stop climb 240. And we're in his contrail now. Cheers, information alpha.
Osprey 2472, quark 5613.
You can hear his radar alarm
Osprey 458, quark 1254.
going off.
Osprey 458, stop descent flight level 230 please. 230, you haven't stopped descending yet, so you stop descending flight level 230, all the alarms are going off.
Awkward silence now. I apologise to the controller. We're all like,
Speedbird 25 Bravo, descend flight level 200.
Descend flight level 200, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
Osprey 458, descend flight level 210. Osprey 24, that's good. Ascot 2205, descend flight level 220.
He stopped his alarms now by the sounds of it, so that's good.
And could you then There's a 959 at Heathrow, hello, climb down flight level 130. Ascot 2205, speed 220 knots.
220 knots, Ascot to the 05.
Osprey 2472, descend flight level 240.
240 for 2472.
I'm properly focusing now.
245 unit bank, no agency speed restriction, contact Heathrow Tower 118.505. 225 Bravo, descend flight level 190.
Send 190 25 Bravo.
Speedbird 2, equipment Osprey 458, descend flight level 200.
So 20 to Wessel, 26. Keep that for the vertical speed. 250 at Wessel in 15, so I can decelerate pretty quickly in about 2 or 3 miles with speed brake.
Osprey 458, expect to hold at Lambourne.
Ooh, got holds
Osprey
potential.
2472, expect to hold at Lambourne.
Hold at Lambourne for 2472.
Ascot 2205, expect to hold at Lambourne.
Hold at Lambourne, Ascot 205.
I'm ready. Just in case he tells us to do the same.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
458, descend flight level 190.
190 policy, right.
Ascot 2205, descend flight level 190.
Descend 190, Ascot 2205.
Osprey 2472, descend flight level 200.
200, 2472.
28901, I'm going to give you a shortcut off the track in a minute. Just proceed to descend, I'll call you back. We're supposed to go in another one.
Grab, nice. A bit of rain. Right, music's off now, so I can focus.
225 Bravo, descend flight level 120.
Send level 120, Speedbird 25 Bravo. Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button today, and our new subscribers. Good to be back. I've got obviously the puppy coming on Sunday, so that if you are just tuning in wondering where I've been on holiday. And Sunday I get a little German Shepherd fluff ball with many very sharp teeth to look after. So that's going to distract me somewhat over the next few weeks as well. $180,
28901, descend flight level 90.
$220. What we got? QNH1004, wasn't it?
Osprey 458, descend flight level 180.
180,
Sort the standby instrument as well.
266 Heathrow, hello, descend flight level 210. Expect to hold at Lambourne.
Descending flight level 210.
Speedbird 8901, fly heading
Yeah, I've
240 degrees.
seen it pop up information. I think so. My workload's just gone up, so I haven't acknowledged it.
Going 240 Heathrow, hello, descend flight level 8, question 90, speed 220 knots.
People direct to Speedbird 113 with you. I'm in Park 4000.
Speed 113 Heathrow, hello, climb now flight level 130.
I'm flight level 130, Speedbird 113.
Yeah, the 959 Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
255.
Speedbird 8901, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, Heathrow QNH 1004.
This is where Heathrow's not great. If you're new on VATSIM, avoid it, because look how busy this is and how full on it is, and you don't want to have to control or repeat stuff. As exciting as it might be.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, descend flight level 100.
Send to fly 100, 25 Bravo.
Speedbird 52 Charlie, Heathrow, director, hello. Squawk 1160.
Let's move my charts to the next tab. So, auto brake low.
28901, speed 220 knots. Speed 220 knots, 28901. Osprey 458, enter the hold at Lambourne, delay less than 5 minutes. Please send flight level 150.
Staying on the Lamont flight level 150, can you see the direction?
So, it's a standard hold published on charts. Descend flight level 150 and enter that hold. Speed 66, just confirm where you're going. You're just way off track now, so I need you to go direct Lambourne, Lima Alpha Mike. Okay.
Speedbird 66, I'm approaching via Star Street B1 Hotel.
Who's that?
Okay, Roger, just disregard that entirely now, please. Fly direct to Lambourne, Lima Alpha Mike.
Direct to Lima Alpha Mike, Speedbird 66.
Correct.
Ooh, hello, there's an Osprey.
Speed 458, just confirm you enter the Lambourne hold. Lima Alpha Mike hold.
Who's Speedbird? Who's Osprey? Osprey 458.
We are holding at Damas for Osprey 5.
Thank you very much. Osprey 2472, hold at Lambourne, delay less than 5 minutes.
Oh dear indeed,
Hold at
French
Lambourne,
toast.
slow
It's getting a bit messy, isn't it?
Ascot 2205, enter hold at Lambourne, delay 5 to 10 minutes.
Enter hold at Lambourne and delay 5 minutes. Ascot 205.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, fly heading 270 degrees.
270, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
Reckon 105 Heathrow, hello, climb now, flight level 130. Speedbird 113, nursing further, Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
Unicom 122.8. Thank you. Bye. 0113.
Speedbird 66.
Who's that?
Not really ideal, are you sure you cannot go direct to Lambourne?
Negative.
Okay, just confirm you're able to fly the RLS, is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, roger. Speedbird 66, fly heading 265.
Heading 265.
Osprey 458, descend flight level 100.
Are they meant to be in the hold?
Speedbird 25 Bravo, descend flight level 90.
Send 90, 25 Bravo.
Direct hello, look at the
Jim Lufthansa cargo 8265 Heathrow, climb now, flight level 170. Speedbird 52 Charlie, stop descent flight level 80, speed 220 knots.
Pop speed brake out again. Jesus, it's getting full on. I've been out of the sim for 3 weeks.
Osprey 2472, descend flight level 150.
I'm too rusty for this.
150 for 2472.
Right guys, getting a bit busy now, so listen up please.
Flying heading 265.
Yes please, just hold that heading for a minute and then stand by. Skyway 240, fly heading 265. Skyway 240, fly heading 265.
Level 9. We're just going to have to forget what other people are doing, focus on our own flight.
Skyway 240, descend to altitude 4,000 feet to QNH 1004.
It's good, looking good. Got one ahead, 2 miles.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, descend flight level 80.
Send level 80, 25 Bravo.
Osprey 458, descend flight level 90.
8, 10, 220, 270.
Speedbird 52 Charlie, fly heading 010 degrees.
Sat 0.
Speed 891, establish on the localizer 27 left, so reduce speed 180 knots.
I have no idea what this person's doing here. Let's get LS on.
Speedbird 971, sorry, where are you? Speedbird 9971, Heathrow, hello. Enter the hold at Oncom, delay 5 to 10 minutes. Yes, please, for the holding aircraft. Speedbird 52 Charlie, turn left, heading 130 degrees.
Infected very far out now.
Sorry, it was a right turn heading 130 degrees. Speedbird 25 Bravo, turn left heading 110 degrees, descend to altitude 5,000 feet on the QNH of 1004.
110 descend 5,000, QNH 1004, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
Ascot 2205, descend flight
Is it 120 degrees, was it, folks?
Osprey 2472, descend flight level 100.
100 272.
Speedbird 66, descend flight level 150. Skyway 240, turn right heading 100. Osprey 458, fly direct to Lambourne, leave Lambourne heading 270 degrees.
120, I think it was.
Speedbird
110, descend 5,000. Big package there. Thanks, folks.
Speedbird 891, thanks, contact Heathrow Tower 118.505, no ATC speed restriction.
1004, Q&H sets. That sets. Lights, signs. Oh, landing config 3, active.
Speedbird 580, Mike, Heathrow, Unicom 122.8.
Unicorn 1. Mike Lima 214 VFR to the north into Norfolk. Are we clear for a traffic?
I know, Freddie.
Not with me, very busy right now.
Excellent.
Rhodes, director, Speedbird for
Get a good punch out view of Heathrow, of London though, in a Mo.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, speed 180 knots.
Speed 18025 Bravo.
Speedbird 52 Charlie, descend to altitude 5,000 feet to QNH 1004.
220, flaps 1's 230 for extension. Let's get them out.
Speedbird 25
That's
Bravo,
one.
descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
Send 4,000 feet to 25 Bravo. What's going on with this? It's the Orbex London pack got updated the other day. It seems to have done weird pink things. 4,000. Let's go to. Let's leave it out. Yeah, let's go 1,400 foot per minute just to help the descent. Speed brakes all the way out as far as it will go.
Le Pen Cargo 265 A3 Unicom 122.8. Osprey 2472, fly heading 270 degrees.
Heading 270, Osprey 2472.
Skyway 240, speed 180 knots.
Just been pinged by a supervisor.
Ascot 2205, descend flight level 110.
Level 205.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, turn right heading 180 degrees.
Right, 180, 25 Bravo.
Speedbird 52 Charlie, turn left heading 360 degrees, speed 180 knots.
I was reported by a pilot that said you were not able to comply ATC instructions.
Skyway 240, turn left heading 040 degrees. Osprey 2472, descend flight level 80, speed 220 knots.
80, speed 220, Osprey 2472.
I talked to your ATC and he says that it's too busy for you today. Absolutely not me. Does anyone remember what that chap's call sign was that was struggling earlier?
Descend flight level 130.
Descent flight 130, hold Lambourne, speed 860.
Osprey 2472, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1004.
5,000, QNH 120.
Right, there we go. Sorry, wrong call sign.
Osprey 458, turn left heading 230 degrees.
Bloody right. That is crap.
Big, westing, or what's it called?
230 degrees.
230.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, turn right heading 300. When established on the localizer, 27 left, descend further with the glide.
Right 300 when established, descend with the glide, 25 left, 27 left, 25 Bravo.
Skyway 240, turn left heading 300 to establish.
300.
Osprey 2472, turn left heading 100.
Left 100, Osprey 2472.
Osprey 458, speed 220 knots.
So we got flaps 1, 180. Let's go flaps 2 now, because energy is an issue with this. Well, that's a terrible time to
252 Charlie, descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
get distracted, isn't it, folks? Approach mode's arms, and we're on the localizer. 27 left.
Speed 86.
Next chance.
Sierra, descend flight level 120. Speed 86 Sierra, descend flight level 120.
That's going to be 3,000 step on the mist. So we set that 180, 13 miles.
Osprey 458, descend flight level 80.
67 hours on the network, that chap. My goodness. He really needs to do some learning.
Speedbird 971 with route direct to Ockham, Oscar Charlie Kilo.
Okay,
Lead
glide
Ockham,
slope.
Heading 080 degrees. Speedbird 66, turn right to 090 degrees.
Autopilot 2.
Speedbird 66, turn right to 090 degrees.
This is where now the flybywire A32NX gets far too
Speedbird 53 Charlie, turn left to 300 to establish.
So I'm going to get gear down early for drag.
Going 240, descend with the glide, speed
Transport's
160 knots, maintain the 4 DME. Osprey 2472, speed 180 knots.
Tower is online, MPS Airby, he's not handed us off yet.
Ascot 2205, descend flight level 90.
90, Ascot 2205.
Osprey 458, turn left to 100, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, to QNH 1004.
That didn't automatically activate, how odd. 18505.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, speed 160 knots, maintain till 4 DME.
160 till 4 and we're on the glide 25 Bravo.
Thank you. Osprey 2472, turn right heading 180 degrees.
Flaps 3. Feel like I'm starting to fire back on all cylinders.
Osprey 458, speed 180 knots.
Set checked, Ison's off, flap 3's confirmed, that's all set, ground spoilers arm, flap 3, gear down 3 green, auto brake low. Got tower, he's not handed us off yet.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, contact Heathrow Tower, runway 1505, fine.
Tower 18505, thanks to the HC, 25 Bravo, bye.
Fine, going to
Tower, good afternoon, Speedbird 25 Bravo's established 27 left 7 miles.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, Heathrow Tower, good afternoon. Continue 27 left, number 2.
Roger, continue, 25 Bravo. Oh, well, my world update's all really messed up, how weird.
Skyrim 240 Heathrow, good afternoon. Continue 27 left, number 3.
Orbex conflicting with recent world update for UK and Ireland, Sankit. I think so, because it definitely updated the other day. That missed approach doesn't look too neat. But anyway, 3,160 till 4 DME. We should have cabin secure by now. That's very delayed. It's green. So with the flybywire A320NX, the A320neo being a little bit slippery and stuff, a bit of a pig to get configured energy-wise on the approach. You've got to get the energy under control early, like we've just done. Otherwise, you'll find that if you're on the glide on the ILS, it will get far too slippery and it will get real messy towards the end, and you'll struggle to slow the jet down. Jesus, what a mess. Apologies for the poor views, folks. I have no idea why that's happened. Flap 3 config, so we're going to be on the approach pretty fast, slightly quicker, but Heathrow, certainly BA operating out of Terminal 5, they will always use, in the A320 family, flap 3 for the approach for minimum runway occupancy times.
1000. Stewart 5 to Charlie Heathrow, good afternoon. Continue 27 left, number 3.
Yeah, pretty much, David. I think you guys are right.
Eurowings 4X to Charlie Heathrow, good afternoon. Clear to destination, Dublin 2 Fox.
So vacate probably November 6, so high speed exit there, and there'll be left alpha.
Speedbird 484 Charlie, that's under ATC, 1 and 2, convoy.
Late landing clearance. Minimum's 277.
Speedbird Speedbird 25 Bravo, surface wind 270 degrees, 10 knots, 27 left, clear to land.
27 left, clear land, Speedbird 25 Bravo.
Postman 007 left, Sierra, stand 604.
A little bit of sync.
Stand 604 left on Sierra.
400.
Whee. See, it's difficult because you have to ignore the pappies in the sim because they're a little bit dodgy, aren't they? And they've never been quite good. But you do kind of have to look at them as well to
minimum
give yourself some chance. But I end up staring at the touchdown zone, the big white squares in front of us, the two in the middle of the runway, and that's kind of my feel.
From Alpha 427 right, clear to take off the wind 270 degrees. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. Retard.
Touchdown. Feels stuttering.
Tower, Lufthansa 6 November Tango, stand 225.
Reverse green. Decel. Horrible stutters here in Build Heathrow today.
Push inside approved facing east, Lufthansa 6 November Tango. Heathrow Tower,
November 5 whiskey.
Establish runway 27 left, 10 knots mark.
Osprey 2472, Heathrow,
Look at
good
that.
afternoon, continue 27 left, number 3.
Minimum runway occupancy.
Continue number 3 and good day.
Less than 50. Vacate. Flaps up.
Skyways 240, surface wind 270 degrees, 10 knots.
Left and right clear.
Speedbird 25 Bravo, second left Bravo, link 55, right Alpha, stand 508.
Jeez. Second left Bravo is at link 55 and stand 508. Speedbird 25 Bravo.
Correct.
As I was reaching for that and I was thinking about what to say and where I was meant to be going, I've just propelled my pen halfway across the room. Yeah, this is the Heathrow update, Brian. The Unibuilds one from yesterday, and all of a sudden now, really messy.
Eurowings 4X Charlie, stand 232, push and start approved, face north.
But it wasn't like this the other day. I've literally launched my pen across the room back because I went to grab it because I didn't expect the left Bravo, so I've just I've just sent it flying. Jesus. Right, what are we doing? That's reset anyway for the next pilots. That's all good. Yeah, RTX 4090. .283 foot per minute though. Happy with that. One bounce it says.
Give it 52 Charlie, surface wind 270
Before the touchdown zone, that we'll see. It kind of froze up on touchdown. It got so bad.
Skyway 240, right Alpha, left Kilo, stand 212.
It got a bit tricky to control on final then. I'm on the latest NVIDIA driver, right?
3, line up 27 right.
But I think this is the update from mini builds that came out the other day. Yeah, I installed it yesterday. God knows what happened there. Right, AP bleeds.
If you run over Alpha, you can go.
Thankfully, I've got 2 more pens. Right. Elect pump. Engine 2 off. That's good. You can actually hear the electric pump.
334 North Leather ATC, Monarch Unicorn, bye bye.
Very audible when I was on the flight the other day. 508.
Lufthansa 6 November Tango, ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 6 November Tango, stand by, I'll call you back. Break Osprey 2472, surface wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, 27 left, clear to land.
Go ahead, Osprey 2472.
Speedbird 52 Charlie, left Alpha, left Yankee, stand 519.
Lovely.
But 891 engine shutdown, thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, bye.
There she is.
Lufthansa 6, November Tango Taxi, Bravo Link 28, left Alpha, hold Saturn.
There's a ruddy Swiss at Terminal 5.
Bravo, link 28, left Alpha, hold Saturn. Lufthansa 6, November Tango.
I think the slideshow must be the pink textures, whatever's going on really. Some weirdness.
Speedbird 994 Golf, stand 509, push and start approved, face north.
Start approved,
Shuttle 8 uniform, surface wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, I'd love to see, like we said at the start, I would really love to see some more love with the flybywire A32NX. I'd like to see more love with other content creators and stuff, certainly the bigger names, showing it a little bit of love. 54, so the next is 55, that's the link we've been told to use, and 508's just up there.
We have Echo 1004 Alpha UXT.
Lovely. Yeah, Brian, I reckon it might have been post-update, everything loading in for the first time.
360 is your final level.
Let's believe it or not, my RTX 4090 does sometimes struggle at some of the airports like this.
What's your Clinton Newark, Compton 3 Foxtrot, Skog 0524.
A wee bit of brakes, down to 10 knots for the turn.
Compton 3 Foxtrot 0524, Quebec.
508,
United 4
where we parked
correct.
the other
Break.
day.
Speedbird 90971 Heathrow, good afternoon. Continue 27 left, number 2.
Okay, taxi lights off, APU's running, we're on single engine, engine 1 taxi, electric pumps on. Jesus.
Speedbird 994 Golf, partly my fault, I maybe underestimated the gap there.
No worries, we clear to continue.
AFM. Osprey 458, surface wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, 27 left, clear to land.
I just noticed he was pushing back.
Osprey 2472, right Alpha, left Kilo, start.
Big thank you to our air traffic controllers today. Sorry for the spacing issues as we all got into load, and especially when he already had his hands full with that chap who wasn't doing as he was told, bless him.
0 wings 4X for Charlie, taxi Kilo, right, Bravo, hold tight.
Yeah, great controllers, Delta Tango. 4 hours home, Rab. So pretty much the same time.
Shuttle 8 uniform, no further ATC, monitor Unicom, bye bye.
Brakes, park brake set.
Through turn, I've got 205,
Now it is.
left, 27 left with 11 miles from.
Scott 2205 Heathrow, good afternoon. Continue 27 left, number 3.
3, I've got 205.
Heathrow, good afternoon. Speedbird 3906 uniform, 511, ready for push and start with information Delta.
Super 396 uniform Heathrow, good afternoon. Stand by, call you back. Break left on the 6th November Tango Taxi Link 23, hold Alpha 1.
Link 23, hold Alpha 1, Lufthansa 6 November.
Aduma, that's GSX Pro, Microsoft Flight Simulator. There we are. Look at that. Oh, I've got my beacon on. Ah, chapping neck. And there's a bloody pink building in the way over there. Let's hide it with the tail.
49 kilo, push approved to the north.
Ah, they'll never know.
Speedbird 90971, surface wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, 27 left, clear to land.
There we are, and the Swiss ruins that screenshot, so I've got to go back.
Osprey 458, second right onto Bravo, stand 221.
Let's go and find the Ospreys.
Lufthansa 6 November Tango, surface wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, 27 right, clear for takeoff.
There's one on the touchdown there.
Clear for takeoff, 27 right, Lufthansa 6 November Tango.
That was the Speedbird 777. Oh yeah. 2 Ospreys over there. And Twickenham. It's gone pink.
Shonnet, correction, Eurowings 4X.
Let's have a quick look at New Sky. We'll check the score, see what we got. Probably something a bit bad. That touchdown. Oh, we actually made a profit, even though we had 85 passengers on board out of 180. My goodness. And we got a 10. Ooh, we're lucky with that. Very lucky with that.
Osprey 458.
Lovely little route.
You've gone on to Alpha. Take the next left when able, and then immediate right onto Bravo. Stand 221.
Right, Bravo, stand 1,
It's a bit shame with the old pink textures. It's very weird. I don't know what's going on with that. That's going to be an update issue, I think, of some sort.
Speedbird 994 Golf Taxi Alpha, hold Alpha 3.
Big thank you to those of you who've tuned in, flown along today. Hit the like button. Those of you who've dropped a little tip as well. It's good to be back.
396 uniform.
I was rusty to begin with, Rob. And then we started to fire on all cylinders as well to try and get everything up. So actually we got it back pretty good. And you know what helps with the workloads? Hardware like that WinWing FCU. It's definitely helped a little bit there with that today. So yeah, I can't recommend that enough. But I know there's big stock issues and things at the moment with all that sort of stuff anyway. But hopefully those of you still waiting won't be waiting too much longer for that. Again, a big thank you to our air traffic controllers today. I know Heathrow director had his hands full with that Speedbird 66 that was really struggling on the network, and then had a whole load of us arrive at the same time as well into Lambourne, but did a mega job. As always, as they do at VATSIM UK. Keep an eye on the channel. I'll be trying to sort out some sort of content over the next few days, but naturally on Sunday, as we've mentioned a few times today, I'm bringing my new little German Shepherd puppy Indy home. So we're going to be pretty busy, hands full, getting her settled in. It's a bit of a routine and all that sort of stuff. And then a few days later I've got my promotion assessments, which span across a day on the 3rd of October, so I've got to do some prep for that as well. I'll try and keep you guys updated. We'll see what I can work out, and depending on how well Indy settles, I'll then be able to work out what sort of content I'll be able to do. So look out for either some pre-recorded content perhaps, if not some live streams and things anyway. But let's see who we've got here. Ascot 2205, I think we got Scott's coming in the Royal Air Force Poseidon 737.
Unicom, Lufthansa 6 November Tango.
Beautiful touchdown, look at that.
United
Much better job than I did.
Taxi Lima right Bravo hold Titan.
And then we've got the Ospreys parking up at Terminal 2. This one here has gone to the Aer Lingus gate. It's weird, isn't it? Look at the Orbex stuff. It's just gone like a bit poop in the background, big yellow blobs. Don't like it. Who have we got on final? Let's have a quick look on Volanta, see what the situation is. I think. Is that all of us?
I've got 205, get it here.
It is. LMC.
Left.
Yeah, beautiful. Right.
Stand 5. Correction 456.
Massive thank you to all of you for tuning in and watching across the world. It's good to be back. Hopefully you guys haven't missed me too much over the last couple of weeks, and I've certainly missed a lot of content, that's for sure, and a lot of news in the sim world. We'll see what we can do. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Thanks for flying along. Again, a massive thank you to our air traffic controllers, as always, taking their time to give us some very immersive, rather fantastic air traffic control into Heathrow today. And yeah, I'll see you hopefully in a few days with a new puppy. Thanks for watching. Take care. Have a good week.